Valorant enjoyers, welcome back. It's week number 6 here at NECC Valorant, and we're going to be hopping down to the Navigators White Division today. It's going to be Lambton Lions Esports going up against Samford Gamers. I'm Leg Day, joined by Kremer.
Harry, I'm really looking forward to this one because we're at the very top of Navigators. Now, it's not the top division, but it's the top teams. And because of that, we have some pretty nice win rates going into this. Of course, Lambton going into this as 4-1, Samford going into this at 3-1 means that they definitely have a statement to make to the rest of the group saying that they want to get to the next division. They want to progress through to the next round. And honestly, I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, both of these teams coming in here with pretty solid win rates. We are quite enthused about how they've been playing thus far. And this does mean that we're expecting some pretty solid fundamentals here, Kremer. Like, we're expecting the compositions to be well made. We're expecting the calls to be solid, executions to be done without a hitch. And maybe we'll see some nice retakes as well.
Something that we're quite used to seeing in Navigators, Harry, is I believe the technical term is Buki strategies and Buki agent selections. You know, it's not all too uncommon to see KOs on maps where they really shouldn't be, Vipers on maps where they shouldn't be, sometimes Sages not where they shouldn't be, and instead we've seen Sageless Iceboxes, Viperless Breezes, and everything in between. I think last week when we were casting, it was a Phoenix that was able to rear itself. We rarely see a Phoenix, so honestly, I'm expecting something a little bit closer to normality, but of course, with the recent patch coming in, with Astra really falling out of favour, there is a world where any composition, particularly ones revolving around Omen, are going to be able to make a return.
Yeah, Omen and Brimstone definitely going to be getting a little bit more pick right now, with Astra falling out of favour. Of course, less stars, it takes longer to recover them as well after they're recalled, so it's less viable to get that free 2-second smoke to cross a choke by recalling a star. It does neuter your Astra's efficiency with the overall utility for a considerably long time, and now her smoke cooldowns are also consecutive rather than at the same time. So it makes her a lot harder to sort of have that smoke economy continue rolling, and it means that at maximum she has 4 smokes. Whereas before, she could have had up to 5, and they would refresh pretty quickly. Whereas now, what I'm saying that, like, oh, Brimstone only has 3 smokes in a round. It's only one less than Astra, so it's not a huge difference anymore.
Something that we have seen suggested by a few coaches in Europe. We're not going to name them because they gave it to us in confidentiality. But there's strategies and there's scrimmages where Astra's been played like a Sentinel, and you'll play the Astra alongside an Omen, alongside a Brimstone. And what that Astra would then do is use the stars more as grav wells and only use it as actual smokes once the Brimstone doesn't have smokes of their own, or once you're in an after plant where you are just chaining them to keep your oppositions out of the bomb site.
Should be able to hop over to our rosters and the map veto very shortly, so you can see who's going to be playing on Lambton Lions and, of course, Samford Gamers as well. Here's a quick look at the Lambton Lions. That's a weird school name to say, Kramer, but we'll try our best. We've got Darrow, Darrow even, Steeler, Kateri, Glaze, I'm told that's pronounced, rather than Glazy, and Jerry.
They have given us some difficult names today, haven't they?
They are not pronounced as they are spelled. They're either bad at spelling.
What's that one doing there?
I'm glad that none of these guys are currently studying English. Because that'd be an F from me.
I love how Jerry's major is ESEA. That's it.
Is that the... Are those the end? They're doing the ESL stuff in CSGO.
ESEA, I think they are now owned by ESL, actually. So, yeah. They essentially just do leagues. And the only people who use their pugging system is North Americans. So, I imagine he was a pug star back in the day. Or maybe he still is, and that's what he's bringing to the game today. If Jerry isn't on a duel list, I will be very disappointed.
Let's head over to Samford Gamers. Have a look at who's going to be playing today for them. Oh, that's a nice little logo we've got right there. We've got Burst for Nolan, Growl for Koopy, Lost Pantalones, Mederix, and Humble Potato, who is doing nutrition. So hopefully everyone's getting their gamer supplementation in to keep their veins filled with all the carbohydrates they need for top-tier gaming.
I really like how their username reflects their major. That makes me quite happy, Harry.
The Humble Potato.
Yeah, it's boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. They're great. What wonderful things, potatoes. And you have a theory that potatoes essentially brought modern civilization as we know it. So
Well,
a lot of pressure on you,
to
Hubble
be
Potato.
fair, it's not my theory. It's more just like an anthropological staple. Let's have a quick look at our map veto right now. Bring it on up, and then we'll get into our first map as soon as possible. We are going to be heading first to Ascent, then Bind, and then, of course, we're going to be deciding it over on Split. This isn't the most common map veto that we have seen, but it is going to be one that's fairly basic. I expect these to be well drilled.
Yeah.
Let's head into map.
Yeah, they're not unorthodox, are they? But I do like the collective gasp we had from our producers there when they figured out that we absolutely were about to talk about potatoes for what could have been a good 5-10 minutes.
How long can these English people discuss potatoes?
A long time is the answer. Someone has disconnected, so we should be able to talk about potatoes for about another minute or two.
Oh, true.
Well, they couldn't fix that. But for Ascent, I mean, here's the thing. Actually, with the veto in general, Ascent, Bind, Splits, and then you sort of add Haven into there as well. With them being the sort of first 4 maps added to the game, they're a bit more puggy than say the likes of a Breeze and a Fracture, purely because they're a bit closer, not as wide and open as a Breeze. I don't consider Icebox a pug map per se, purely because you absolutely need a Sage. You most of the time need a Viper as well, which means that your Sentinels and your supporting roles do have a little bit more pressure on them, sort of taking away from the aim side of it. That is, of course, up until you have Rainers who go around and they just kill everyone.
Yeah, seems about correct. Ascent, of course, is one of the least gimmicky maps in Valorant as well. Some would say it's the closest to like a classical TAC FPS map for those amongst these teams who might have been raised on CS. It's certainly going to be a lot more familiar. The only real gimmick is, of course, the closable doors, but those require switches to use, so it can be a little bit easier to try and figure out the pathing that an enemy's going to take to try and cut off that potential angle of attack. Bind, we've got the teleporters, that's a gimmick, of course, and Split, it's a very vertical map, much more than some others.
No, you're absolutely right, and with that, I am interested actually to see how our duelists pan out, because with the changes in altitude, what it means is that when you clear a bomb site, you sort of have the positions you pre-aim, whether it be that close left corner, whether it be pushing ahead to boathouse. This is on Ascent at least. You sort of you could when you're exiting kind of any of these mains, you can clear one angle at a time. When the difference in elevation comes into play, you're always going to be open to another angle, and then it comes down to game sense and support from your teammates in order for you to actually get to a site. And so for our Sovers, for what will be our Flash in the case of the Rainers, would be how well can they set up these sites.
All right, a Rainer and a Raze, no Jet on Ascent. And unless Steel's going to pick one...
I don't mind it.
This is...
I don't mind it.
Going to be interesting. Oh, nope, Steel probably will pick the Jet. So it's not going to be the weirdest thing we've ever seen. But, Double Initiator from Lambton Lions, they are looking pretty classic meta, to be honest, over on Ascent. This is fairly standard, with the exception, of course, of the Omen instead of the Astra. But now, the Omen is much more preferred. Burst Vanilla has opted for the Brimstone instead. We're in an interesting time in Valorant Crema, where the controller is no longer mandatorily an Astra.
Yeah, I actually quite like both these compositions. I think I prefer the Lambton Lions a little bit more, purely because you have the flash from the Omen as well as from the sky, so getting to a bomb site is going to be pretty damn easy. And then if you want to then push out and take a 2 versus 1 with an advantageous swing, then you can do so with some extra flashes which you'll have on hand. Over on our defenders, a bit more pressure on the Raider for retakes, but with the addition of the Sage, you can zone out areas very easily. You can go for that orb control with the help of the wall, and I think the only matchup we're going to see that really effective is the duel between Lonas and Steel. Now, for on the Raze, I see them more as the secondary entry here, rather than the Rainer, purely because those paint shells are going to have a lot more impact on your attack for zoning areas than the Rainer is.
I'm interested to see as well how, without a Jet, Los Pantalones and Growl for Koopy as the first and second entry, respectively, are going to make use of Stim Beacon's newest property, that it gives over a little bit of a speed boost. That can make the lack of Jet a little bit more forgivable. Steel? going to be foraying over towards A to begin with. It's actually a default from Lambton Lions Esports to begin. I kind of like this. And Jerry gets the opening pick on a Los Pantalones, who got lost on their way through B main.
Well, it's a very quick opening, actually, and Buster Nolan, a bit shy in his peeking in mid, which means he's unaware of the players pushing towards him. Ralph Kupi, again, another very ambitious peek, doing so without any, well, with just his face there. Sees him coming. However, with a confirmation of only 2, doesn't know where the rest are coming from.
Rushing on in, Daro here does plenty of damage. Multiple players going to be pinged and executed. Daro and Steel combined for those. But now Nolan, what can they do? Unfortunately, it's not the greatest spray with the classic. And Mokateri will fall to give time for Steel to adjust. Humble Potato with only a classic in hand. And no utilities to their name, only 40 HP. I think this one's done and dusted, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed it is. Steel grabs their third, and that is going to be Lambton Lions opening us up.
I mean, Stamford, there were a few, Harry. A few missed shots, dare I say it. And, well, the Lions, they do abuse it. For Stamford, hopefully they're able to recover what was a shaky start. Not so much in terms of positioning. Having the 2 generators set up has been quite common, a reaction, particularly when you're being rushed. But you need your aim to back it up there. And in that case, Jerry did a really nice play on the Sober to actually just reveal both players. It came down to pre-fire, allow them to take the site, and they go ahead to victory.
Oops.
Oh, the Bulldog hits its man early, Los Pantalones. The first pick twice in a row now. Steel, they saw the ping and Humble Potato did not move. Server spray and the prey and took the Sova away. Dara opens us up. That's a lovely set nade right there. Brings the Omen incredibly low. In the midst of all of this, Matrix, or Maderix rather, has been spotted out by the turret. Growl for Koopy, blinded by the sky, and everyone simply takes their swings. Jerry with the finish. A flawless anti-eco there from Lambton Lions.
It's clean as ever, and, well, for Lambton Lions, being able to keep all 5 players alive means you get a hell of a bonus moving into this round. Now, the 2 rifle, 3 SMG setup is something we see very commonly, and we'll allude back to this in CS rather than in Valorant. In Valorant, usually you just go 5 SMGs because the Spectre does have a bit of versatility at range, particularly against classics. And with Jerry putting his major down as the SEA, maybe that influence is coming into light here. But Los Pantalones looking for an opening now, peeking into mid to try and duel Kateri.
The Bulldog with the burst fire here. Not advantageous against the Phantom, of course, but hey. It's better than a classic, Kramer. As Burst for Nolan, having picked up the Judge, they're opting for the classic at range, just to get a little bit of information. Steel will start to break through this wall of Jade. And that demands the attention of multiple members of Stamford Gamers. But guess what? The game itself is a foot over on A. Burst for Nolan can sit inside the smoke here. This would be great if someone tries to close the door. The Judge, unforeseen. Kateri, admittedly, did not have much in the way of health to try and tank that one. But the spike's still going to be planted. But Eric's takes their swing. Burst for Nolan still has the speed boost and the stimulation of the beacon as well. Jerry's going to be caught off guard. Can't take the peek just yet. There's the additional speed. Growl for Koopy holds the defuse. Steel around the back. It's not the ideal spray, but still that's going to be the defuse. Maderix wants to survive. And Jerry just rolls on forward, grabs a Bulldog. I'll take that. Thanks, mate.
I'll be honest with you, Harry. I don't quite know where Steel's flank was, what the purpose of it was. They really overextended their welcome in mid there, and they just hung around, even though it was very loud, Stanford's rotation. They already had street control, they're already flanking, and then zoning out Jerry. Steel was still move in a rotation, so bit of a slow reaction. I mean, yes, they get 1 or 2 kills, but it doesn't matter. You've lost the round, you lose your bonus, you move your full buy now, where you're going to see if this is going to turn into a one-sided game or not. Huge blunder with the knives, though, to start.
Los Pantalones, though, still punished for only having the Marshal. Steel with the Bulldog, simply built different. Sure, they got a shot to the bum there from Growl for Koopy, but I don't think they mind too much. 2 kills to begin with. Samford Gamers caught off guard. Growl for Koopy with the judge awaits someone coming into their presence, and the Killjoy is going to be that who is tested. Maybe a little bit of a bait here off the back of that classic shot.
Oh, the Judge Gaming.
The 1-2 punch is solid, but into the shot up they go. Judge Gaming simply hits different. Growl for Koopy, Judge for me.
I mean, he passed his judgment, Harry, and my god, it's not a pretty one. Humble Potato, a 1 versus 3. What dare we do at this range?
Okay. Stay humble, says the potato.
More than a vegetable, Harry.
I'm more than just your carbohydrates.
What would a potato evolve into?
Well, if you're playing Pokemon, it'd be a potato, but with angry eyes drawn on it. That's for all of Pokemon.
A humble potato to an irritated potato.
Make it bigger, add horns, and if all else fails, angry eyes, baby.
Change the color scheme if you're really desperate.
Humble potato here on the retake. Jerry's actually playing it from quite far away. We've actually abandoned this quite early. Steel, they should take the peak. Easy, taps away. Humble potato falls on down. And that's going to be Lambton returning to supremacy here on this map after one quick trip.
Really, really solid round. I won't lie to you, Harry. Steel definitely started the round with a blunder with that Blade Storm. Luckily, with the push through mid, they ended up just taking 2v1s, and eventually they just win via numbers. Solid round on their part, and not much to critique. However, for Stamford, this is now where they sweat a little bit. Now, in terms of ult management, they haven't got anything online yet, but they're about 1 or 2 rounds away from hitting a huge power spike where everyone gets their abilities at once.
Ooh, the Speedy Gonzalez, baby. Los Pantalones. Caught out for Steel. Nasty. They've been put in the ground here by Maderix. The trades here are not ideal at all. 2 for 2. But against a pretty poo buy from Samford, Lambton cannot be happy with this. Omen teleporting up to a very cheeky angle. Oh no! Another shot, and that's a hand-delivered rifle, baby. Thanks for the upgrade, mate. I'll be taking that all the way to the back shore. Glaze has been able to get onto the site. But what is this from Lambton? It's all gone wrong.
They got a little cocky, Harry. They're starting to get punished for it. Seekers have to be deployed.
Got a little cocky, and then chokes like there's no tomorrow. Humble potato sees for Gamer Squid, trying to get its way through the door. It's caught on the lip. I'm not sure if it's delivered. Still Lambton Lions. They have themselves a 2 versus 3. 1 versus 3. Glaze from the back, no one's spraying well. They buy the rifles, Kremmer, but they don't know how to use them.
That was a rough round from Lambton there. I can't help but think the term eco-frags sort of sprung to mind, and the sort of the red mist descended, and in their bloodlust, they get punished significantly for some Samford. And credit's due Samford, they use their numbers to their advantage, particularly in mid there, where you saw the Marshall damage a player, and then had the classic finish them off. And it was just a 1-person peek to hide, 2nd-person peeks gets the kill. And that 1-2 repartee left Lambton stunned. Full buy from both teams, Harry. And this time, Samford have ults to throw.
Humble potato. An interesting angle. And that's a fairly early smoke deployed here. Might allow for the easy claiming of the orb, and indeed Kateri does pick it up. 2 for 3 now. But it's a much more even game in terms of allowing Samford the luxury of these rifles. Mostly, of course, provided not by the armory, but by Lambton.
Growl for QP. Letting it away, Harry. 1 away from the showstopper.
Ooh.
I'll have to wait for the next round.
And they will remain in the ground for now. Once again, the battle for mid goes the way of Lambton. It seems more like when they play for mid, they get the control, everything goes their way. However, when they get cheeky, just like that, pushing up, things get a little bit more complicated. Major X, she has been lights out thus far. But no more. Katseri behind the generator, bird in hand. But will it be worth one of a bush? That's a full blind given over. Jerry round the back. Lost Pantalones remains lost. And 3 members of Lambton survive.
Would you like a piece of advice? One of my old IGLs back when I used to compete said to me, and it stuck with me, Harry, and I think it's something that applies to Lambton here a little bit as well. Now, he was Irish, and so I'll try and do it in his accent, but he used to go, if you want to win a game, and you don't want to be in the game, if you rush in and try and kill people, I'm not going to bother with the Irish accent, if you rush in and try and kill people, you'll end up making the game take longer, and it gives your opponents more time to anti-strat you, it gets them more time to build momentum. And if you're in a series particularly, it gives them more time to sort of soften the blows, so when you go to that next map, they're feeling confident, even if you are better. And the longer a game goes on for, the worse off you are. And so when Lambton try and rush the game ending, by pushing, getting kills, going solo, the game inadvertently actually takes longer, because they end up just trading rounds.
Oh, TPing into the smoke against the judge. Sure, Daro didn't know that the judge was there, but that was very aggressive. And we're talking about how they're taking some weird decisions. Kateri, they could not finish that kill. Could not finish their dish. The food is half chewed. Maderix, she wants to open this up, but unfortunately she just does not have the weapon for it. The Phantom proves better.
Ooh.
As burst for Nolan is tickled down. There is actually a claim. It's a claimable rifle right there if you want to grab your hands it, mate. Handle on the floor. Never mind. Sorry. Timmy sees you first. And you ain't going to outpeak Timmy.
You've been accused of slander, Harry.
I mean, stop getting eco-fragged and I'll stop.
Oh! That's... strikes back. We got a quick timeout from Lambton. I like the fact that I'm seeing timeouts this early on. Bearing in mind that they're doing so with 5 ults ready to be used. So, yeah, mine is a technical timeout, not a tactical one. For a moment, I was going to be really happy, Harry. But you still have the timeout as a defender. You've still got 5 ults to use here. And what I really like about that is it means we're probably going to be seeing something aggressive. If we don't see something aggressive, I'll be thoroughly disappointed. I'm
very excited to see if Samford can combine the slow orb here, particularly with the orbital strike. If they want to get aggressive with this brimstone ultimate,
yeah,
those would combine really well.
Or the slow from the boom bot when it goes off.
True. Just something to distract Lambton while it's channeling, ideally.
And something that oh, go on.
I'm just wondering, like, do you need to save 2 post-plant ultimates? Because obviously the standard conventional wisdom, right, is to save orbital strike for a post-plant scenario, or to use it to stop a plant or whatever. But you do have the Hunter's Fury from afar at the moment, so there's a world where you don't need to save the orbital strike, and obviously the longer you save these ultimates, the more economy and generation you are denying from yourself in the rounds where you may end up popping off.
Yeah, so right. Did you see the chat when it was like briefly brought out there?
No.
There's a bit of BM happening between these teams, Harry, and I
Some
love it.
BM.
Well, I think I only saw it for a half a second, but I saw "you're literally the worst" being said. So I don't know. Either these teams know each other or hate each other, with no in between. I hope it's the latter, purely because it means we are about to have a very aggressive game on hand. Now, as you mentioned, having a orbital strike for an alpha plant is a big. It's the normal thing to see. Over on, I mean, the 2 places you'd expect to see it. Boathouse, kind of Under Heaven, and Wine are kind of the stereotypical places to use that orbital strike. I can't help but think that when you have Rainer flashes, that doesn't matter. You can just flash out that area and push it. Especially when you have the Sage as well, you just wall off the area if you can. You just don't even have to fight it. So that does free up the usage of the orbital strike, and on top of the fact that with a showstopper, all of those areas, a showstopper, it doesn't have to land, it just has to be in that general position. You're getting kills, regardless. So the orbital strike, maybe not used aggressively, but maybe used the second a plant is tapped, would certainly make me happy, Harry.
Enemy mark.
I mean, admittedly here, Steel has got another Blaze Storm and they're generating this very quickly. Only 7 rounds in, 2 blade storms. We
Ooh.
take those. Did Growl for
that a
Koopy just
self-fake
nade
grenade?
themselves? I think it might have bounced off the wall and hit them.
Oh, no. That was a lot of damage as well.
Oh, Daro caught by the stinger of all weapons. That's an upgrade for Nolan. A direct hit with the bird, maybe, but it doesn't matter because burst for Nolan. Trades out for 2 themselves. Well, we check the corner here. Medarix. Oh, she is on fire today. Glaze, caught, steal, pops for Blade Storm. Trying to clutch this out, but the humble potato is simply greater. Jerry left alone in a 1 versus 2 on the point. Los Pantalones has no real value to begin from the Empress here. But Valia, it could be everything. A great adjustment from Jerry. They turn around, but Humble Potato has closed the gap and closed the round as well. Samford will grab their 3rd.
It's laboured. It's very laboured, Harry. And by some miracle, they go through that round without using any ults. I don't quite know how they've done that, but they have. And, I mean, they certainly out-utility Lambton right now, who still have a lockdown readily available. With all of these ults available, actually, how do you use the lockdown, Harry? Because defensively, it could be used by either paint grenades, shock darts. They can even be pushed, regardless. Or do you use it defensively, where it's open to being destroyed by that orbital strike?
I think you'd be happy to, like, try and force out the orbital strike. Like, at the moment, you can see the ping that's occurring over on B. I think this is setting up for a B take with a lockdown, potentially. I'll have to see if Glaze follows through on this. Shock does give an early. Humble Potato is going to be blinded.
They've sort of got an off angle.
Oh,
I doubt the
look.
dog sees this.
Los Pantalones going to be pinged multiple times. Daro so low in the smoke, but it doesn't matter. They teleport from one smoke to the other. And Glaze, they're going to be able to just run this over. Humble Potato, they're so brave. They are going to be detained, sure, but they've stopped the plant now. Medarix, she is on fire still. Here to slay. The resurrection prepared. Los Pantalones returns. A 2 versus 1 advantage, and Dara's only got 30 HP to work with. Still 1 tap is all you need. Walking ahead of Aaliyah, it's a good strategy, but they don't have the health to sustain it. Samford are going to keep this close. 4-5.
I really like the tempo change from Medarix there. To when you get those first 2 kills, that you've got the confidence, right? And a lot of players will just gun it for the 3rd kill, knowing already, bear in mind it would have been called, that Daro was low. Instead, they take their time, they go get the res, they take the disciplined approach, which I really like seeing. It shows some true discipline, which is something, again, bear in mind, we're in the Navigators division. That's not something we're all too used to seeing here.
Medarix. She's so far ahead, dude. More than twice for next leading frags. This is a duelist Sage if ever I've seen one. They've got 2 duelists on their team already.
Still continuing to be expended early on. There's a few skirmishes around mid, but no fight of any substance. Koopy has to back off after being dinked through the wall there, and that's a bit of an early usage of the heal, actually, when he's only lost 5 HP.
Still noted, but was anyone else seen? Fully expended. Excited to see how that's used on the other side as a post-plant. Medarix. Oh, she's forced to reveal herself. How will the duels go? She only gets 1. And that's going to be an upgrade now for Glaze.
No one's
leading themselves on to an open A site. It's a big blind, Kramer. Unfortunately, it's on themselves. Yes, this does bring me joy. I'm not removing it.
Samford. Man down, sure, but they do still have that showstopper, they do still have that Hunter's Fury. Lambton have one to counteract the early usage. Now 2 players down, do we just see potentially exits get hunted for by Samford here? Bear in mind that while they have been winning rounds, they've been doing so while losing players, so their money isn't great.
2.4k on Growl. Why not send out the nade? Show the sky who's boss. That's basically what happens on July the 4th as far as I'm aware, Kramer. That's the day that Americans show the sky who's boss.
Do you know how many deaths are caused each year by people shooting up in the air and then it coming back down?
I don't want to know.
Many. What's interesting as well is actually Americans are better at doing that than kind of the only other culture that does quite a lot is Middle Eastern cultures. Middle Easterners, it happens less to them because the guns they fire are usually AK platforms, which are worse, and their bullets tumble. So while it hurts, it doesn't kill. Whereas Americans, they're so good at making guns.
Thank you for this, Kramer. Thank you for this.
There you go. There's your standard gun fact. I wasn't actually expecting to give one in a Valorant game, but there it is.
Oh, Burst for Nolan tries to flee away with a speed boost. Was hoping a Frenzy magazine with the additional stimulation would overwhelm somebody, but just ended up being an easy kill across mid. Now Kateri's going to get a couple more people to exchange fire with.
Ooh.
The Guardian does its damage, and Mederick's again with the finish.
Look at this flank here, Harry. Oh, do I see a shoulder?
Glazy is actually holding utility at the moment. We don't have a weapon out.
Oh,
oh my goodness, lost pantalones. Oh my goodness. It's a narrow corridor. It's a brutalization. It's a mad one, Kremer. Sanford hit 5. Glaze was taking their time with that turret. If we're that way.
If we're gonna look back at I want to see the play in mid here from Humble Potato, because it was a fruity spray from our resident vegetable, who yeah, they really did whiff quite a bit on mid there, and actually allowed Lambton to hold that man advantage when they ended up going for that execution. Luckily, the flank of Los Pantalones was incredible. Actually getting a dink on that third player as well meant the Hunter's Fury was able to one-shot, maybe two-shot, just giving that extra shots for info.
I mean, Glaze was having a couple issues with...
Oh, my
bloody hell!
Alright, Dara. Alright.
That's a Guardian that's built different, baby. Out comes the Showstopper, directly into mid. Send it on towards Pizza. That's a spicy meatball if ever I've seen one. And our Steel will lie in wait. Still, B site is being anchored by the Sova. All this be checked. All the wallbang attempts. Glaze still takes the swing. Unbelievable. Is going to be punished. And now 2 versus 3. Alpha Koopy has to try and clear their own site as Medarix wraps around the back. Can she win the duel? The answer's going to be no, Jerry. Not giving any of that nonsense away. And while it's not going to be a plant to give over the additional economy, it is indeed going to be around for Lambton Lions as we wrap up this half with a slight advantage. But this could be entirely mitigated by a 1 pistol round.
I have a bit of a gripe with Samsford, Harry. Just a little bit of one.
What that?
Which is, they weren't particularly present with their ult usage, were they? Lambton, particularly on Steel, they were happy to use their ults the second they became available, knowing that you're going to get one again soon because of how many frag Steel's having. You know, they're clearly having an aggressive game. They're going to have ults. They might as well use them once they come off cooldown. Whereas Samford, they held on to theirs. I think all of them only got to use it like once or twice for the whole half, and most of them only once.
Yeah, I think we saw our Showstopper in that final round, right? And we didn't even get to see the orbital strike. Oh, yeah, that's a lot of pings.
That's your key ult, your orbital strike.
Well, the orbitals are going to have to strike later. They have not seized the means of fragging. Steel, though, has been seized themselves. Burst from Ellen already moving up towards that next orbital strike. Plant will be coming on through. As Graphic Katsiri just walked up so matter-of-factly. Stop it. No, I like how, I like how Jerry there decided, you know what, I need to break through this door somehow. Actually hits it with the tracking dart from the Aljo, just like, no. I will do, if that's 1 damage, I will do 1 damage.
Yeah. Have you ever walked into a door in the night, Harry?
I have not. I know my house too well.
I've walked into hotel doors in the night, and so I understand the need to ping a door. I understand that. So while you may find it confusing, Jerry, my heart goes out to you, buddy. I understand.
That's a lot of Aries.
That was a lot of. That's
none of them are on Jerry.
one Ares more than we're used to seeing, therefore a lot of
That
Ares.
is, that is 2 Ares more than is reasonable and 1 more
Some-
than we're
some
used to
people-
seeing.
Some people would argue that seeing one Ares is too many Ares.
Oh,
Jerry.
well,
There's a clean opening. And it's not the Ares that gets the kill.
the Ares did assist, though. It was all about the intimidation. Here comes the Ares once more, but no, it's for Guardian. The Ares is actually slain.
The Ares needs to get a kill, man. They can't buy 2 of them not doing anything.
They're about the intimidation, Kremer. 1 versus 3
see.
here. Once again, the Ares
Oh,
lies
beautiful.
in wait.
Go on, Darrow!
Oh,
Oh, no.
it's a bit of a wild spray. 1. The right clicks are too strong. No, Medarix. You need the Ares. It's the strongest gun in the game, baby.
My question to you, Harry, is what enough? Does that warrant seeing
Recover
Ares?
the Ares. Do it for the vine.
Oh, we go see the Ares get retrieved.
Yes,
we
they
do.
both do. Actually, 1 Ares gets retrieved. The Ares and the Guardian, they look very similar to me with the long barrel.
Yeah, we're heading down the rabbit hole of metaphors here, but there's a world, I imagine, where with a bit of tinkering, you could probably turn a Guardian into an Ares.
Probably. What's it,
They-
how
they
difficult
really
is
look
it to mod a semi-automatic weapon into a drum-fed LMG?
I'm not allowed to tell you, because in the UK that is very illegal.
Okay, probably in the US as well.
In
Steel's
the
actually
US you
going
can.
down mid.
In
Look
the
at
US you can in
this.
some states.
Steel's going mad. Look at the amount of space they've claimed. Oh, but no lives they've claimed. Humble Potato, do they challenge this? Very exposed at the moment, but Steel
Ooh.
still makes the play for it. Well done. Jerry taken down by a simple sheriff, and still going to make a play to grab that Vandal. Now a touch more deadly, making sure no one's in the garage. Hardiger is Koopy crashing again.
I hope. I like this flag from Steel. May not even be needed if this speed defense is just shut down by the Killjoy.
Maybe it's just a guy who really hates garages. Relatable
Just
content.
really glares at them.
Oh, does Glazy take the swing? They do, but Glaze can't do too much here. Koopy has returned to the battlefield. And so too is Bruce the dog. I think they might have been shot down there. Unfortunate. Ares lies disused on the floor. And Kateri. No real reason to save here. 4K in the bank, only a Spectre in the hand. For Alpha Koopy, look at how aggressive they are. In this little wall cubby. Might be highly unexpected. Still, without a huge amount. Oh, it's burst for Nolan from the back who actually gets it. And still here, they can actually play for exits. Sure, the 1 versus 3 might be untenable. But hey, grabbing them as they leave, or making them die to the bomb itself. Oh, they're caught running. But Derek, she grabs themselves another. Ranges
Actually get away.
a spike.
Oh.
As thin as they come, baby.
2 kills and an afterplant. It's really not bad, actually. You keep the money of Sanford low. Bear in mind that Sanford, that's the first round they've won this half, so they were limping through economically anyway. And Graphic Koopy, you forced the player who died to the spike at the end, is forced down to that Spectre. So that makes that whole round worthwhile. Something I didn't like was Steel pushing solo mid with a Guardian. Now, on the Jet, I understand if it's with a Vandal or Phantom, but a Guardian seems a bit fragile comparatively. With it up, you don't need to worry about that, though, Harry, do you?
That's true. You don't have to try and close the distance. Admittedly, you don't have to on the Guardian either, but still feeling a little bit more reticent about this one. Out goes the Molly. Oh, that's a nifty bounce.
That's a nice bounce.
Not sure if that was entirely intended, but hey, does well. That's some good damage from Jerry as well. So low is the Brimstone now. Walled off, doubled up are the guns, and that means Daro's going to fall. The spike has fallen, though. Needs to be picked up by Koopy. And they are going to go for plant here. No one's in a real position to stop them. And that means ever closer now. 2. Oh, that's some good coordination right there. Will they break down the other wall, though? Is the question. Steel sees. Steel destroys. Lovely stuff. 4 versus 1 as Growl for Koopy plays from hell. A good spray onto 1, but the second is the 3rd kill from Steel. What an op player. Lovely stuff.
Lambton really actually doing a very solid retake. I'm really impressed actually from Steel there. The fact that he doesn't shoot, doesn't give his position away, that's his teammates to make all the noise when destroying that Sage wall, forces the Sage to actually get a bit of confidence, hoping that the Op may have rotated round the tree. They swing out, Op gets that kill, and just kickstart the retake. I'm surprised by Growlithe. I'm very surprised that they peeked into tree with the spike though. You delay your spike plant for about 10-15 seconds there, just because of aggression. You look at ult management, and it's going to be the Blade Storm and the Seekers versus the Orbital Strike, Empress, and Showstopper. Now, Harry, we are yet to see an Orbital Strike this game. I'd love for this to be where that changes.
Now we're saving it for game number 2, baby. Saving it for Valorant 2. Bruce teased by Medarix. And that's a big blind.
Ah, he's punished. Punished for bullying Bruce.
Nobody teases Bruce.
Don't talk to me on my dog again.
Bruce teases right back. And that's an upgraded weapon as well, if it can be reached. However, Lambton. Oh, hello.
Oh,
we are going to see an orbital strike used. Oh, they don't know, though. They do not know. Oh, look at the trigger this one here from Kateri. It's lovely. Could have waited even longer, but hey, kill's a kill. And a second and a third. Kateri. Kateri is joined by Jerry in a symphony of murder. Lambton Lions are on the prowl.
I'm so impressed. So impressed by Kateri there. Now, bear in mind, they get that first kill in mid, they make a lot of noise as they then go hide behind stairs. They use the Seekers, which allows them to get out of cover. They wait till they hear the shots of players avoiding the Seekers before they rotate. So they're able to get out of position without anyone knowing. You bait out the orbital strike, and you know, get kills off the back of that. These extra 2 kills, I mean, that's just icing on the cake, isn't it?
It's incredibly well done. Growl for Koopy. Feeling frisky here with the entry judge. They do, of course, have their showstopper as well, if they want to make sure one of those cubbies is permanently vacated. Just a little bit of communicating. It's okay. Everyone needs to chat sometimes.
Positioned on along here. An aggressive angle held by Steel. I don't know if Medarix saw it. Granted, it won't matter as they look to hit Assault B, where they're going up against a lone Killjoy without a lockdown, whereas they've now got a Hunter's Fury to add to their arsenal of ults, ready to throw Glaze's way. There's the Empress deployed. Glaze may be in trouble here.
Glaze doesn't have the alarm bot to inflict the vulnerable either. Oh, and that means Los Pantalones, they can move in so quickly and destroy all in their path. You know what, Kremer, if it were down to me, I would not leave your least armed player to be the solo anchor over on the B side, but hey, if you believe in Glaze, I respect you. You gotta believe in your teammates. If you don't, there's no point being on a team together. Oh my goodness. But more than ever, I believe in Los Pantalones.
My heart goes out to Daro, because our observers have just done him dirty. Poor guy.
Caroline has fragged Daro more than Los Pantalones ever could.
Absolutely. We need to start tracking the kills our observers have, because these guys like are ruthless
the biggest
killers, man.
Caroline's KD is unmatched, baby.
Yeah, I would happily go 0 to 18, provided none of them are on camera. Like, oh man,
speed boost, get a jog
I like
on.
the use of that speed boost. Yeah, and that may have.
Oh, not enough jogging.
I was gonna say that was insane if the speed boost actually allowed the Brimstones to survive there, but it's by a hair's breadth. They're unable to. With that, 11 to 7, Samford. They have the bit of momentum to work with. They've got a buy here. The Odin on the Brimstone, I'm glad they changed their minds. But for Lambton, they've got enough money for about a buy, maybe another, before they start really worrying economically. And because of that, Samfords, they really aren't going to be out of the woods till what's going to feel like round 20.
It's going to be a real challenge. However, we had success over on B. Let's try it again, shall we? Indeed, it will be fast and furious. And it's more furious than fast.
Look at the flank. Look how fast this flank is.
Oh, this is huge. They're penned on in. However, Kateri in the Molotov isn't going to die to it, though. The incendiary. Oh, but the only person on fire here is Jerry. The aim works out beautifully. Glaze trying to anchor, but Los Pantalones once more has claimed their life. And the damage will be undone. Forced off the roof is Steel. Run amok and sent to rye by that Leah. Could not afford to expend knives upon it. However, Mederics, they are pinged. They might well be brutalized here as well. Los Pantalones needs to get themselves some info. They've been pinged once more. Is there a shock dart available? Is the question. That would put an end to all of this. So low, but it's just a random shot from Jerry through the smoke and into the heart. That puts Los Pantalones in the ground and Lambton on match point.
Harry, I was going to say bullets travel faster than arrows, and everyone knows that, but do bullets travel faster than electricity?
No.
No, in that case, but by how much? How fast does electricity travel? I guess through air is your conductor. That's what a shock dart is, isn't it? Just electricity through air.
True.
We need to do some research in our break, because I need answers. Valorant isn't providing them.
I mean, to be fair, I think the shock dart speed is probably limited by the mechanics of the, like, detonation mechanism, right?
Potentially.
It'd be like trying to account for, like, how fast shrapnel comes out of a grenade, but, like, asking if, like, grenade shrapnel is faster than a bullet when it comes to killing people. You gotta think about, like, the cast time of a grenade as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Also, you can tell that I'm not military-minded when I said a grenade has a cast time.
Yeah, that was one of the nerdiest things I've ever heard leave your mouth, Harry. But the
Guys,
answer is
I'm
yes.
channeling grenades. Steel here is just taking their time.
I'm channeling a nade.
Cover me, I'm channeling nade.
Man, that just pains me on so many... for our viewers, I do apologise about him. We have to let him out every now and then, just so he gets his outdoors time.
This is a lot of BM and a lot of slaughter. That's going to be Lambton taking our first map. Their ascent goes their way. I believe next up we have Bind, which is going to be interesting. It means we're likely going to be seeing a return of a Raze.
I mean, the race did pretty well, so I wouldn't mind seeing the return of it. I'm interested to see if Steel stays on the Jet, actually, and they go for what would be a Jet Raze, purely because that was a very good map on Jet from them. The other character I want to see brought out again is the Sky. I think that the Carpex has so much damage and so much utilization on that Sky that their ability usage made up for the fact that we didn't see much come from the Blade Storms. However, we'll have to see after this break, which we're going to go to. We'll be back in about 5-10 minutes or so. Don't go anywhere.
ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Valorant Enthusiast stream. Currently 1-0 up our Lambton. We're about to head into Bind. Agent Select's going to be on your soon in just a second. And given that we're going to Bind, this is one of a few areas, Kremmer, where Brimstone still had some little holdouts of flavor back in the Astra-centric meta. And what I'm going to be thinking about here is whether, with the changes to Viper as well, double controller remains a palatable approach for some teams.
Yeah, what it means as well is Brimstone's a given, but it's also one of the maps where Raze has sort of been given. So we've already seen most of the cons from these teams, which is Brimstone, Raze, then I'd like to see a Jet alongside that, and it means that for your final two agents, so focused you need the info gather, and then I want to see more of the sky. Like really, Kateri, that was it, played so damn well on that sky. I would love to see them stay on that agent, and I would much rather see them stay on the sky, and then they lose potentially some extra smokes, rather than seeing them go to another agent, like a Brimstone, for instance. You then get those smokes with an orbital strike you're probably not going to use, so let's be honest, if that last map was anything to go by, and then you lose I would argue, one of your highest impacting agents over on map 1.
Yeah, the Brimstone lack of ultimate on the defense was a fair bit strange. We also didn't see much in the way of saving ultimates for post plants. I think between these two teams, they were a little bit fast and loose with the Hunter's Fury. We should be able to get into our Agent Select any time now to decide if we're talking about the correct ultimates. But I imagine we are going to be seeing a good amount of Sova. Of course, yeah. Sova can sometimes be left out for the Sky here, but I do like the double initiator. Some teams prefer something like a Breach instead of a Sky. Maybe Enrique. They've come in, I believe, for Growl for Koopy, who previously played the Raze.
Yes, they did. Now, maybe Enrique comes onto the extra duel list, and we may see a bit of a power spike, because, I won't lie to you, Harry, Koopy didn't play very well, if we're going out on a limb here. I think they finished the map with 3 kills, if that. They really struggled. However, we look over to the agents being locked in. I really want to see Kateri on the Sky. The fact Glaze then picking up Sky, they were playing the Killjoy earlier. I mean, I understand the thought process, but I would have really liked to have seen Kateri on that Sky.
It's a very strange rotation. Maderix, admittedly, we foresee her going over to the duelist. She did very well as a battle sage, so does not surprise me at all that they would be picking up the second duelist here with Koopy moving on out. But changing around Kateri, Glaze, and Daro from like controller, sentinel, and initiator, doing like a triple swap is very strange. And this also means that there's going to be no sentinel for the side of Lambton.
Yeah, I'm actually interested to see how that pans out. But now, like, as we enter our pistol round, Harry, do we see Lost Pantaleones go for what you like to call the ego buy with the Sheriff on the Jet? I like it when it works. I really don't like it if it doesn't, though. And bearing in mind we are in the Navigators division, I imagine we've seen it not work more times than we have.
The thing about the ego buy, Kremer, is I don't like the ego buy lurking. I like the ego buy to be in a place where if the ego buyer drops, the Sheriff is available to their close teammates.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you. With Manderix leading the charge with a push to B. It's going to be on the shoulder peak of Jerry to identify how many combatants are going to be engaging with him, or furthermore, how many they're going to have to fight. Manderix getting ready to lead this charge. There's a world here, Harry, where Samford actually gets to this site without having to fight anyone.
Oh, one player might well be pinged here. It is indeed the Sheriff user. They leave together rather than leaving with their weapons out and ready to fight, which is an interesting choice here from the side of Samford. And now it's a mad run away. The Classic takes its time to be leveled up, and Jerry slowed down by the bullets racking their corpse. There it is, the Red Army style pickup of the Sheriff. What's yours is mine. Now it's 4-3. Samford. Of course, they don't have any smokes now with the dropping of their Brimstone. Oh, hello. Might be a weird catch here. Indeed it is. Daro caught creeping.
Oh,
But that's
the
an easy one.
timing.
And now that Spike is very much isolated. Everyone else on the other side of this wall. They have to go through the bathrooms here
30 seconds
to
left
reach
as well.
it. And you aren't going to be able to beat the frenzy in the bathrooms if it plays another cheeky angle. And it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen. Kateri just tucks in by the door. They're ready to easily claim this one. An upgrade to the sheriff? Maybe, never mind. I like the frenzy. I'll keep going. And Humble Potato here. They're forced to carve through their own ice wall. It's like, okay, boys. This wasn't our greatest move, was it? Lantern. They can just wait this one out. And Humble Potato is not in a great position to be saving this classic.
No, they're not. I love how they don't even give him a name duel on Lambton. They
like,
back off.
Stay out. You can't get
Sit
closer
there
to you. Oh.
and think about what you've done. I mean, Kateri, I sang their praise when they were on the sky. I'm going to do it again now on Brimstone. Kateri, even though on Ascent they didn't have many kills, it's the impact of the kills that has really been what's made me happy with them. And I mean, I'm glad that's kept along now. Bear in mind, they actually didn't kill the Sage until they saw the wall go down, where they are now shut in with the spike.
Oh, those anti-eco weapons. They are brutal, Kremer. And Medarix. What a player to lose. She has been the heart and soul of the frag power. An incendiary kill. Or as Boom Mains like to put it, Molly is feeling very brutal. And burst for Nolan. Might be able to find something with a right-click burst. For now, they are just gatekeeping on this smoke. Steel has gone hunting. Oh, they might miss for timing here, Kramer. This could be quite big, but they will find the spike very soon.
Oh, the timing. They get caught by the knife out. No, they don't.
That's for Spike, and that's a flawless. Lambton, don't lose anybody in the anti-eco, but we have seen this before. Lambton are very good at their anti-ecos.
Yeah. Something you need to remember, Harry, and this is something I forgot to bring up over on Ascent, is this is Bind is the pick of Sanford. They want to be here, so they do have the sort of home territory advantage, but for Lambton, they have the momentum. And so we're going to see a bit of a clash of that, particularly when Lambton move to their attacking side. Right now, I'm expecting kind of 7 or 8 rounds from them, just so that they've won the half. It doesn't have to be one-sided, just so as they've won it with relative comfort. And that's when Sanford are really going to be able to bring out their A-game on their defense.
That's an interesting set arrow right there.
I don't know what it was set to do,
I hope Steel does not consider this clear. Nope, Steel didn't consider it clear. Steel considers it theirs. I'll battle you for it. Thanks for the upgrade.
Spike.
Thanks for the spike. And now they call in the backup. It's time to do some gatekeep girl bossing. Wrap around the back. Los Pantalones completely blinded. A Steel takes the swing, gets their third. Wasn't prepared for burst for Nolan, but now in a 1 versus 2. Without the spike in their hands, this is going to get complicated, Kramer.
Oh, does the Sova try and outflank burst for Nolan here?
Who flanks the flankers?
I'm
surprised
very surprised
but,
Brimstone hasn't moved.
This is I would say this is a pretty stubborn bit of anchoring right here.
I really don't want it to work. I don't want Kateri to be rewarded for this. This is going to be the smartest play ever if it does.
30 seconds left.
No, burst for Nolan. This will go straight to the speed site.
I mean, have they even checked if a spike is still there?
No, they haven't. This is a big blunder from Lambton. I really don't like this.
Well, there's for sound. Jerry making a lot of noise as they move on in, but that's fine. Cut the noise at just the right time. Do have a lot of utility to play with, and 3 smokes still on burst for Nolan. They're having the time of their life right here. Still, if this drone can be used well, it could make those smokes into one-ways in the favor of burst for Nolan. It needs to be used soon. Yep, we're just waiting for the Brimstone to arrive. That's going to be the pings. There's the movement from Kateri. It's a good split, a good crossfire, and well handled there by Lambton. Anti-eco frags out the full buy of Sanford Gamers, and it's all off Steel at the beginning, getting that double. Even without the recon arrow getting what it was supposed to, Steel stood prepared and realized that, hey, the negative we got, I think it may have been off a bum arrow. I'm going to be a little bit more cautious here. And they get rewarded.
I like how, do we credit Steel there, or do we criticize Jerry a little bit? Because
Yeah, a bit of both. Column A, column B.
Credit due to Steel to go, there's no way Jerry landed this, and just assume that he's only in the right place. And, I mean, for Sanford, they move to a fragmented buy. There's the odd Vandal in that mix, but it's mainly sheriffs, marshals, garage buy from a ramshackled economy. And well, for Los Pantalones, he's probably blinded by the fact the bird hit him rather than the fact it went off.
Got a mouthful of it.
Mouthful of feathers.
Freshly delivered KFC. Cook it yourself.
How fresh is fresh? It's
still
flying.
screeching.
It's complaining as soon as it goes down.
Maybe Enrique decides to flee the boom bot. It's an interesting way to deal with it. You know what? Still alive? No dramas. Medarix, we have seen her do brutal things. In fact, Medarix's Marshal was what caused the eco frags on Sanford that really turned around the previous game. Oh, not the eco frags again. Not like this, Lantern. Don't let it be real. Don't allow it to be the reality in which I exist. 4 versus 2. And a dive through the TP, but now we're going straight into the operator. That's one.
Spike down A.
There's the spike.
30 seconds left.
And here's Steel. Gatekeeper Supreme, a miss on burst for Nolan, who goes on a mad dash of a spike. Look at him go. He's got his speed up, boys. The combat stim keeps him jogging. The cardio is afoot. Look at that trail of pings. I'm tracking him, boys. I'm a bloodhound. He's going even faster. Another combat stim. Another cardio for the boys. Another approach over to the B site.
I am speed.
Ka-chow.
Fortunately, Glaze will send him into the next round. I don't know where I was going with that one.
That trail of pings is so funny, dude.
It's like having police camera action.
He's got eagle vision, dude. He's playing Assassin's Creed.
Lantern. 4-0 up.
He's got the Hitman senses.
Yes. When you look at the ult management as well, Lantern definitely have an advantage with their Orbital Strike and their Blade Storm. With Los Pantalones, 1 away from a Blade Storm, 1 away from an Empress, and 1 away from an Orbital Strike of their own. Burst for Nolan, yet to use an Orbital Strike that's actually hit anyone this series. Hopefully that changes, Harry.
There's always next time, Kremer. Daro lies in wait. Actually, that's a missed ping there from the owl drone. Not ideal. Los Pantalones makes their attempt at an entry. And while the spray is ambitious, here comes the orbital strike. Almost friendly fire. Medarix. Oh, if there's... Oh, the right click there from Steel, not the most well considered.
Oh,
Jerry's built different, dude!
What?
Jerry's built different.
How is Jerry alive?
Sheesh.
Whatever deity from whatever religion is currently smiling upon Jerry, I want in.
Yeah, like, yo, Jerry, what's your church? Because I'm undecided. I'm available, you know.
Yeah, I want what he's having. Because whatever it is, Jerry is blessed up right now.
He's living that bliss life, man. Them.
They're not available. Glaze, 1 away from the other out the Seekers. Over on Sanford, they do have a plethora of ults ready to deploy, but yet to have a round to back up that confidence. Blade Storm will be expended. Question is, will an ult orb be able to get achieved here for the Hunter's Fury?
Los Pantalones. Found knives. Oh, did a slow orb get delivered?
Spike.
That's the question. Jerry here can be taken out by the Blade Storm. Los Pantalones hits what they need to. Should be able to see the side of that operator. They might actually get their back turned here. Los Pantalones overwhelmed Steel with the help of Humble Potato, but now an upgrade. This is exactly what you want if you're Los Pantalones. A brand new weapon, a brand new lease on life, and a brand new Sanford. There we go. There's not a stun there on the orbital strike. Where is it? Oh, it's over. In the combination of elbow and in lamps, which is kind of weird. Cut off one of the own abilities to retake. Still, Glaze. Now they're up against Los Pantalones. We're going to get slowly flanked here by the server as well. Oh, what an adjustment there from Glaze. Unbelievable. The Seeker's come out now. Trying to panic the enemy. But Los Pantalones, I never panic, baby.
Glaze was able to get that shot, I think, because Los Pantalones missed a shot point blank. Maybe we see that on the replay, but that was messy from Los Pantalones there.
What, at the end?
Yeah, the very end, when they got that kill of the flanker, there was a shot that ran straight past their face. It's Los Pantalones missing him standing still.
I mean, Steel got overwhelmed at close range as well. There was a really good flank. Los Pantalones identified at least that, hey, Jerry is channeling their Hunter's Fury. That's a freebie. Op versus Op. I'll have that back, says Steel. Nobody uses my Op but me.
I'm interested to see if... Oh, never mind. I was going to say, I'll be interested if they use the res. That answers that. Los Pantalones having another crack at it. Oh, Daro gets another entry. With Mandarix falling. Glaze now. Judge in hand, looking to rain judgment upon Samford.
Blinded.
And Glaze, they can just hang out back here.
Another flank.
I don't want to see too many shoulder peeks with this Judge.
That's the spike.
That's a big flank.
Lambton are so good at getting the spike and isolating it.
Los Pantalones, though, deals with this. Almost direct there with the bird. Glaze. Pinged, but it's Jerry on the bait and switch. You were expecting a Judge, and you found yourself a Jerry. That's the wrong J, boys and girls. And now the spike has been forced into the hands of the operator player, which is not ideal, Kramer. Look at his little head wobble. Such a happy little dragon. But he's even happier now. He's feasting, baby. Los Pantalones is going to go for the spike plant with no one covering them at the moment.
That's
the rear
brave.
guard is strong, but this does mean now that the Hunter's Fury is very far away, not involved in this fight at all. And so it can be very safely used in a post plant. Los Pantalones, all they need to do here is play for time. Allow for this ultimate to make its mark. Los Pantalones is going to be pinged again and again and again. And now Humble Potato has decisions to make. How do you play this with the ultimate, with the Recon Arrow? Trying to get as far away as possible. There's the tap upon the spike, the Hunter's Fury as well. They actually line up in front of it. Oh my goodness. So close to falling off. It is going to be a fight given, a diffuse channeled. Have they played the time well enough? It's going to be so close, Crabber. Jerry can't survive it. The Humble Potato is also on the edge of that Samford string together too.
They cut it bloody close there, and Lambton whiffed that quite a bit. Still had enough HP there to be shot by the final kind of volley from the Hunter's Fury. So the second that secondary shot went off, I'd obviously still just get on it and then tank the third one. They have enough time, they get the defuse. Instead, it's a blunder. Samford punish it, and now look at the money on Lambton. There's not much. I mean, Jerry has quite a bit, but that's it. And Jerry can drop for one. What are the two players who are going to be down on Sheriffs do? Solid round from Samford now, as they turn their attention and set their gaze to be a site that's eluded them thus far. Once again,
pinged by that Recon Arrow. Glaze goes to the old swing with the right click, hoping that fortune would favour them. The fortune here favours those who are armed with Nevermind. Fortune does not favour those who are armed with cutlery. A weird knife. Darrow tries to re-enter here. Oh, will they be able to find anyone though? Do they even fight the rocket? They do. They fire it out over into the incendiary. I believe that one might have actually been friendly. Maderix, good dodge there with the dismiss. Tucks themselves into the cubby, but in a 1 versus 3. This is going to be difficult. Off the back of the eco here from Lambton, with the exception of, I believe, Jerry and the operator in the hands of Steel. All of the weapons that they bought survived. So overall, Lambton here, very happy with that one. Samford stymied, stopped, and caught in the mud over on B.
Harry, I'm going to put you on the spot a bit here, and I know it's quite a technical question, but if you've won twice on A, and you're yet to win on B, despite being 7 or 8 rounds into the game, what site do you go to?
I mean,
Take a moment to think about it.
I feel like you should only go B if you win the duel for B long. Like, you're approaching that with an operator, right? Like, you've got time on your side.
Even if you don't see someone, because you don't see someone, it's entirely likely it's a stack.
Oh, this could be terrible. Madirix. An over-adjustment from Daro. Madirix wins that one, and Steel just overwhelms with a classic. They had an operator to hand, but decided to close the distance instead. The spike is down. Still.
Oh, my! What a shot that was!
Built different. Oh, Terry. Oh, the second that Madirix runs out of a dismiss, it's all gone wrong. 2 versus 1. Humble Potato with 5 HP, but that might be all they need. Jerry caught on the dismount, but Jerry, the deity's done it again. He's protected by Jesus, baby.
Maybe 5 HP is all you need. Lampton, they almost lose that, but they're able to go 7-2 up now. It's at this stage, Harry, we start seeing Sanford panic a bit. Because Sanford go into this with no money, a huge ult disadvantage, where Lambton actually have 4 readily available, and they're kind of umming and ahhing about a double op setup, which in itself is just terrifying. Lambton, this could be their road to a 2-0 victory, extending their prowess in the division to 5-1.
Enrique buying the judge here is very risky, down to 300 credits. And it's not the best weapon to attack with. Oh, yeah, that'll do. Steel doesn't even use the dash to disengage. The lack of respect here, Kramer, is palpable. To not disengage with a dash there is madness. Humble Potato with a Marshall up against a slow Darrow. Knows they're now body shottable. Oh, hello. Where was that slow orb going? Get a molly! Use the incendiary with a direct hit, baby. It's a unique strat, Kramer, but I love the weird ones.
Yeah, anything quirky about the game, you're all for.
Just straight up lob an incendiary grenade at them.
You know,
I don't know if it does impact damage. I don't care.
In the lore of Valorant, which agent do you think is the bad guy?
Oh,
or like baddie.
I don't know. Like, you'd think, like, by cliches, Omen, right? But he is very much characterized as a bit of a good boy. He does knitting and shit. Pardon me.
Do you know who? Oh, fuck me, Harry. You really like knitting. But I have a different answer. I think it's Brimstone.
Really? Well, he does run what is basically a PMC, which is not ideal.
You know when he says Molly?
Yes.
I think that's white phosphorus. That's a war crime, Harry.
Oh, Kateri, so good. Again and again.
That's also a war crime.
Oh no, Lambton.
So maybe Sky, because do the Seekers count as biological warfare? I guess...
I mean, no more than a K9 unit.
Well, I suppose Bruce is a K9 unit, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So
it's essentially a K9 unit, but cabbages or jellyfish.
So actually, the agent lineup for Valorant's pretty good, apart from Brimstone, who just actually commits war crimes. that's quite the jump, isn't it?
Well, I mean, think about the stim beacon, dude. Like, we won't discuss it here, but
no, I have so many problems with that as well.
It's a bit sussy. Oh, the jump spot gets Steel. Information gathered. They actually re-peeked now, which is interesting. Madirix, is she confident enough to take that peek? Maybe shouldn't have been. Punished for it. Steel grabs the frag, and now Sanford sent packing. But this is what I like to see, Kramer. You take the B-long duel. If you don't win it, try your fortunes elsewhere. And your fortunes will be met by Kateri, the Molly. Good to go. And the spike's now been dropped in the middle of that. The stim beacon, the sussy beacon. Hello, it's a mad dash in, and Los Pantalones is rewarded for it. Unbelievable. How do they make that happen? Oh, a bad miss. But that's a punish from afar. Good pings given over. And as the last one takes their peak, Steel executes them.
I have a question, Harry.
Yes.
How does combat stim work? Like, why do you shoot faster from combat stim? I understand running faster. That makes sense. But why do you shoot faster? Do you, like, click faster? But, like,
Caffeinated trigger finger.
Why aren't you clicking faster anyway? You're in a life or death situation. Like, how much more adrenaline do you need? Like, how does that work? Why does that work?
It's got Brimstone's special sauce, man. He's a chef.
Why does that make your bloom bigger as well?
It's got the Tabasco in there.
Now it's just Tabasco. That's the difference maker.
War is about condiments more often than you think.
Who else wants Tabasco?
Oh, hello. That's interesting decision there from Kateri. Hello, are we going to stop this? An attempt to do so. Was that another aerial molly?
That may have been.
I think
anti-aircraft.
Flat cannon Molotov. It's simply different, Crema. It is simply different. Maybe Enrique very close
he
here.
doesn't check the corner.
Oh, that's 3 now for maybe Enrique.
That's another
the cursory
Hunter's Fury.
check. Yeah, the Hunter's Fury here is going to be expended. Doesn't get hunted, though. There is going to be the attempt to do so. Glaze wins the first. And now Jerry got the half. Well played. That's going to be 10 for Lambton Lions as for half ends. But remember, Samford, they were much better on their defense of Ascent as well.
They were better. But were they 10-2 better, Harry? I will admit, my confidence is waning. As Lambton, they sit 10-2 up. And for Samford, I mean, sure, they've got two round leeway in order to make all the mistakes they can make for their entire second half. They move into the pistol round with a double Sheriff buy from the Sova and from the Jets. It's bold, but I like it. If you ever wanted an ego buy, if you ever wanted the confidence, now would be the time to get it.
I like it. I like it a lot. And Humble Potato and Los Pantalones being the ones who get the ego buys, you know what? They've been playing pretty well thus far. Double-digit kills on both of them. An early shot taken. Except it is into their own heart. Los Pantalones can't connect the head, but the bodies will do. Daro falls, so that's an upgrade now for Kateri if they want it. But no, we know Kateri. A bit of a demon when it comes to the frenzy. Who has the spike in hand? It is going to be the Sky. Yet another direct hit with the Molotov. They get accurate with these ones, Kramer. It's rare that I get to go into a lobby and say, hey, these guys have got some pretty solid molly accuracy.
Humble Potato, good for another. Enrique is being swarmed, but it may not matter.
What a wraparound. Humble Potato. That's okay, you take a bow. No need to be humble. Lovely play with the Sheriff. The ego buy works out.
10-3. Lambton, actually, kind of being dismantled by Samford just sort of tucking in there. The Sage shouldn't have survived for as long as they did. Like, they really shouldn't have. So, credit where credit's due to Humble Potato for actually keeping the Sage alive. 10-3. This could be the start of a comeback, Harry. Is it the start of a comeback?
You bet it is, Kramer. I've seen enough high accuracy Molotovs. What is this buy, though? 2 Marshals? Admittedly. Okay, the Stinger, though. Very weird. That's a body shot. Easy clap. Another one? Easy clap. Humble Potato's got the accuracy going today. And Los Pantalones watches Darrow pass. Go. Tell the others what you saw here. Maybe Enrique looking in the wrong direction. It's an upgrade for Kateri, but not the one they'd want. So, a Stinger? Fine. If I have to use it.
I guess I'll use it.
Up against the Spectre, it's not the ideal weapon, but they can get the drop on them. The Sting is felt. Please don't be a second Stinger kill. No, 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 no. Bad.
They even had time to reload.
Okay, there we go. Over to the Spectre. Census return to the world. A Humble Potato, just a symphony of martial shots as they come in from both sides. The Spectre should be recovered. Humble Potato remains on top. That's one very, very dangerous potato.
Honestly, for Lambton, 3 kills and a spike plant on your full eco, that's really not bad. And for Samford, you mentioned it's a weird buy. Yeah, 3 Marshals is certainly unique.
And a classic.
And a classic. I like the fact they're actually upping to Vandals. you realize you don't have rounds to play with, so you have to really put a bit more emphasis on just not playing bonus and instead just playing as if it were a full buy. And in the process, you're almost matching the investment of Lambton at the risk of your own economy.
All right. The Marshal in the hands of Maderex. She has been very good with this weapon. Question is, can she maintain that? They won't be able to stay in the window for long as they are being pinged. And it seems like it's just a lurk at the moment. Non-committal in the showers. For Spike itself is slowly and silently creeping over to B.
Daro, hunting one of these players. Humble Potato. The man's trying to stop him.
If anyone can, it's for Potato. The Incendiary's actually into CT. Dropping down on top of them. Oh, that's messy.
Lord.
Look away, audience. That is filthy. Your mum would not approve.
That was...
Clean your room.
Labored doesn't even come. That is a C-section kill there. Like...
So labored, I'd call a midwife.
That's gonna be in like in doctor textbooks for like the next couple of years. As what to do when it goes wrong.
That spray's so labored, you gotta check some cervical dilation.
Yeah. Oh boy. 11-4. For a moment, Sanford looked like they could have mounted a bit of a comeback. Lambton sort of they knocked down that theory, but as they match the Hunter's Fury with a orbital strike on the Kateri, I'm interested as to whether or not this orbital strike gets used to take a site or to hold one.
Alright, maybe Enrique before has been very enthusiastic on the Judge. I'm not a fan of it on the attack, but on the defense is much better. One of the weird things here, though, is that maybe Enrique has actually walled themselves away on their approach to B while holding the Judge, which is an interesting choice.
It's unique.
Yeah.
For sure.
You know what? I'm ready to be wrong.
Util. Oh, the util!
Daro. Explosives expert Los Pantalones has to rescue this somehow. With the Blade Storm. They see Glaze. Lovely shot. Can they continue to dominate here? Oh, it was so well lined up, but they simply did not go the way of Los Pantalones. Match point for Lambton Lions. An upgrade there to a fresh classic for Jerry. I just like this skin better, baby.
Just does. For Lambton, this is where it becomes a little bit... I believe the English term is squeaky bum time, where I mean, I say they have a buy. There are holes in it,
op
sure.
on Humble Potato.
Yeah, Humble Potato's able to bring out an op, surprisingly on the Sova, not the Jet. But I'm more concerned about the fact that this has to... The backbone of this buy is Stingers, Marshals, and I mean, an Ares is unique, sure, particularly when in a corner like that. There's a lot of pressure on Humble Potato here, who right now is the main firepower of the Say defense.
Oh, forced out of Lamps, but Maderex doesn't even have anywhere to go. A lined up shot. And follow those tracers. Now it's for Hunter's Fury to try and stop this movement forward, but no one's even going to be pinged. The Seekers bristle their way through. Humble Potato, the no-scope, not going to be rewarded. As Daro up top. Which weapon does Enrique want? They're blinded. They're low on choices. Kateri sprays away and will spray Sanford to the grave. Lambton Lions looking to be one of our top teams in Navigators. They are now what, Kremer? 5-1?
5-1. I mean, we saw that Sanford pick this map. I think we assumed it would be a little bit closer, but no, credit where credit is due. Lambton, they played out of their minds. I believe this now means as well that they top their Navigators division with that 5-1 win spree.
I'm particularly impressed with Steel. They have been doing incredibly well, and Kateri as well, because not only have they been fragging well, but they've also been doing it on quite a very different agents, right? Sky on one side and Brimstone on the other. Those both require very specific skill sets that need to be trained quite hard. Yeah. So definitely Kateri is one to watch on this team as a large agent pool player that can still frag even when they're thinking a little bit more about how to use a fresh set of utility.
For me, my MVP is Kateri, not Steel, purely because Steel, while his aim was incredible, Kateri had the ability impact and the decision making for me that really, really stood out. I was very impressed by them, and hopefully it's something they can keep up throughout the rest of this kind of Navigator's run. However, that's been all from me and Leg Day. We're going to be handing you over to two much more capable casters for our next matchup today. I don't quite know who's playing, but I believe it is in Navigators once again. I've been your caster, Camera 3, joined by the wonderful Leg Day. We'll see you guys all in the next one. Have a wonderful evening. Bye-bye.
Welcome back to week 6 of NECC Valorant. My name is Vincent, now joined by Orbital, and I am having a good day. How about you, Orbital?
I'm having a good day. I'm excited and ready to get into some Valorant action.
Well, it's going to be an exciting matchup as well. We have Albion going up against Johnson and Wales University in the Navigators Yellow Division. And these two teams are relatively close to one another, to be honest.
Yeah, both of them currently sitting at, I believe, 2-2 and 2-3, so both in the same win record. Currently, the reason that Albion Britons are currently sitting at a 2-2 record is they did have a rescheduled match with King Tornado that they'll be playing at a later stage, so that is why they're currently sitting at a 2-2. On the other side, JWU, of course, are sitting at a 2-3, and unfortunately, they have only gotten 2 wins, but thankfully, their last win, their second win of the season so far, has come in at week 5, so maybe trying to ride that high back into a positive win record.
It certainly would be nice to see that come to fruition once again. But, well, let's take a look at the lineups that these two teams are going to be fielding as we get into today's stream. We'll start out on the Albion Britain side of things. And say that, but that's going to be JW, excuse me. Jeus, Totoro, Millennium, Nikki, and Solsta. It's going to be interesting, and I just want to, I need to draw attention to it because we were talking about it earlier. There's a lot of culinary specialists on these teams, some chefs in the server, so they'll be hopefully cooking up something good.
I love it so much. And again, cooking up a win is always going to feel really, really good. And keeping with the standard, if they can round it out to a 3-3 record, that might not be bad moving into the playoff scenarios that you have going on in week 7 and 8. Of course, you're probably going to go up in a lot of ties, but I mean, that's to kind of be expected. On the other side, of course, it will be Albion Britain's Esports. As we go ahead and take a look at their roster, they are going to be fielding Marswood, Sir Dr. Kiwi, Beezus, Prophet Gamer, and Schlorp. And, of course, unfortunately, no crazy culinary arts here, but it is going to be the standard. Beezus, of course, undeclared on that freshman status.
Yeah, understandable. But I do think it's going to be a fun one. I'm really excited to get things started and the game as well. But before we get into that game, let's take a look at the pick ban, see what maps we're going to be seeing and what maps we will not be seeing as well. We're going to start out over on Bind, courtesy of the Britons, and then we head in towards Ascent on that second map. Should we need it, we'll be headed over to Fracture, something we don't see all too often. But I will say, it should be interesting, nonetheless, if we do get that third map on the stream tonight.
It is, and I mean, I love the fact that I cannot say if either of these teams have practiced Fracture, right? But the best way to ensure that you have the best advantage is if no one has the advantage. You just send it into Fracture. You say, screw it, let's go ahead and play this last map out on one that requires us to be snap on attention, just praying that we can hit those shots pretty much, or, everyone kind of running into a blind side. But, of course, we'll have to wait and see if that's actually going to come true, or if JW or Albion Britons will be able to take a 2-0 over 2 maps that are well-known, well-honed, and hopefully well-practiced on.
Well, we're into that agent selection, and, of course, new patch. That's, of course, the conversation that has been being had all around the Valorant scene, and, well, I see an Astra there for B. Interesting decision considering the huge Astra nurse. Same for Juaz, but I don't know. I kind of feel like you want to tend to go for a different look on that controller. I don't know what your feelings are, but we're going to see that double Astra, so I wonder if we're going to see a difference in how effective it is.
It can be a possibility for sure, and I think Astra generally still holds a nice setup overall, so the changes have made her a bit wonky, and I'm interested to see if it will affect the standard play. Of course, we tend to see Astra still be that general cover the site, cover and help out the team, and you'll be good there, but it'll be given time, as of course we do spread out into a very standard lineup here. It is going to be the default spread for JWU. They're going to go ahead and prep to look over towards those sites or potentially collapse in on this A side straight through mid.
Yeah, the other interesting pick, I think, going to be the Breach. Things, that you don't see in A, especially. I mean, though, I will say the European teams tend to really love the Breach here and a Sage as well. So Albion kind of coming up with a very different composition from the hard meta than we tend to see. But you're getting underway here, and it's going to be the push forward as the Toxic Screen set up on towards A. The Prophet putting up the wall, trying to deny entry, but Sir Dr. Kiwi going to take massive damage from the nade and followed up, going down to it as well. Prophet Gamer does eventually find one trade and heals up as well.
It is going to be a little bit of a rough time here trying to get this entry in as JW going to be prepping themselves up. Solsta able to take a profit. That's going to be a nice swing. That's going to be a double kill. Great shots to come through here on the attacking side. That's going to give him an opening as Juice is going to find Mars. Nice swings means Albion Britons on this defense are left wanting as 4 members of JW will go ahead and survive.
That early pick there from the well-placed paint shells, I think, was part of the key, right? And then obviously talking about that wall being placed up, it was a well-placed wall from the defense. But whenever you saw that Sage go forward, get involved, and then take massive damage, it was difficult to get healed up in enough time. So JW, you doing exactly what they need to do.
And now with the anti-eco, they're going to try and run those Spectres in pretty hard here. But Schlorp with that Frenzy might be able to find something. Only gets a few ticks of damage. Now follow through on Mars as they try and swing it through. But Juice is able to find it. Great frags to kick things off as, of course, JW are prepping to maintain a solid control over the B site. Albion Britons going to try and chase their way in with 3 centered around the defender's spawn point. They're going to be in for a potential nasty surprise. You at least want to get 1 or 2 members. That's what you want to see. But Solsa ready with the swing. Gets 1. Tries to swing for 2. Is going to get a 2nd. Looking for a 3rd off the angle. Can't hit it as Beezus is able to snipe them out. 1 more shot is all it's going to take, though, as it's a 1v4.
A nice trade from Beezus overall, but not a lot to work with other than that ghost, and it's a short-lived attempt. NECC to shut things down early on, and it's a quick 2-0 start for JWU. Justin and Wales getting their feet underneath them. The anti-eco round going very much their way, but I see that this is an interesting decision from Albion. I'm not quite sure that I'm on board with this orbital. It's as if they had the money, but they're going for Spectres and pistols anyway. There's no rifles to work with, despite the fact that they saved last round.
Unless they're going for some odd contraptional buys. I mean, yeah, I agree. There's no reason why they would save here. Unless they're doing some crazy thing like buying a crap ton of Odins or something, I don't see any changes, but I mean, that's what we're going to have. We're going to have this almost gift-wrapped round for JW coming in. They're going to probably take a 3-0. And I don't see any difference here. Juice is going to take out Schlorp, and it's a very, very simple frag. 3 left alive. Suppression on NECC, and a nice swing by Sir Dr. Kiwi. Able to find NECC's head. It's a dangerous position to be in. Through the decay, you are kind of locked down here in this elbow position. Mars is able to find Solsta. But Juice is able to fire right back. 2v3 right now as JW are bleeding on 2. That's enough to be able to get the kills. Follow through with 3k from Juice, and Miranium, sorry about that, is going to find the last kill. 3-0 as Albion now should buy all the way up. They should.
The spike is
They
here.
should.
Well, yeah, but they should have last round too, and we're kind of seeing a similar situation here on the purchase, where they haven't gone for the full investment. Again, Albion, I'm not sure what the reasoning for this is. I just don't know, but it definitely does leave a lot of question marks. And of course, the reason you would like to see the full buy is, of course, JWU got the freest bonus round right there. You mentioned it. Like, they didn't even have to contend with any real rifles at all.
It's about to happen again, as I did see a few SMGs on the side, and now you have rifles on the side of JW. It's a quick 2 picks. Profit Gamer is going to get tagged up and immediately taken out by the Cypher. That's exactly what you want to have happen. With the Cosmic Divide up, JW are fine. This is, again, their round, and it feels like they're being handed freebies. The only thing I could think that could potentially be the reason for these awkward setups is Albion Britons are, their only comfortable weapons are actually these SMGs, which it doesn't look like, because Sir Dr. Kiwi went for a rifle, but that's really all I can think.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with you, though. I mean, that just doesn't make sense.
I agree. It's just so weird.
I don't know, but either way, I mean, I guess our question's sort of irrelevant here. As it is going to be an attempted save. What do you What do you mean? Jesus, just running headshots. Out of nowhere. That was ridiculous. Unfortunately, it's only going to be for show, as Albion, they still haven't won a round. They have really struggled to start things out here. And as we look for the buy, it's a mixed boat, we'll just say.
And they still have enough to buy, right? Like, taking a look at some of it, they should still have enough to buy. They're just not willing. Vincent, this is one of the more interesting scenarios I've ever seen here in Valorant before. And I'm starting to lean towards it, right? I am starting to lean towards the fact that it feels like Albion Britons, they aren't too comfortable with running those rifles. They just maybe don't have enough practice. Their aim isn't really there, and they're running these lower econs to try and give themselves a little bit wider margin of shot selection. And it might be working here, actually. So Sir Dr. Kiwi, with a couple well-placed shots with that Marshall, is going to be able to find some openings. Sir Dr. Kiwi is now going to float in with those knives, try and get the shots, is able to get one reset, is going to try and flip around, but 2v3 still going to be there, and they finish it off. They win. Albion Britons, with a lower end purchase, even though they have money in the pocket, are able to take a round back.
Yeah, they do. And, I mean, nice shots as well, right? From the Marshall, then from the Bladestorm. To connect the triple kill, of course, very strong. And even recovering, you know, a couple of those rifles. You see an operator in the hands now of Dr. Kiwi, and rifles, with the exception of Prophet Gamer, who was actually a little bit on the lower econ side, so rather than asking for a purchase, it's just elected to go with the SMG. But regardless, that is a strong start. That's exactly the kind of adjustment you would like to see. But now JWU, they still have weapons to work with. It's not as if they're broke. It's not as if they don't have anything to utilize. They're going to be headed in to what's on the cards to be a potential B hit.
It is on the cards, but already seeing a little bit of the flip means Sir Dr. Kiwi is not going to find that opening shot and is immediately sniped down by Nikki. Great shot placements from that window side of Hookah. That's actually going to block off Mars, who now has to swing a little bit wider, is able to get the last clip onto Marion. And Nikki is going to follow through on Schlorf, so it is going to be a trade, 2 for 2 so far. Looking for 1 or 2 more. Mars really wanting to find a third. If you can find a third here, that'll help out the team quite a bit. The plant's already down, though. So far, JWU have not had that problem of laying down the plants and getting those angles, but so that is going to be the opportunity. Totoro was going to find 2. Jesus was able to find Solsta, but Juice is able to finish it off, as that'll be at 5-1 there. JW Blue taking a healthy lead.
Nicely done. That Rolling Thunder was a really good decision from Albion. Unfortunately for the positioning, it just didn't find all the value that you would have hoped. It was effective at netting just 1 kill, and overall JW Blue hitting the shots they needed to, and we're actually seeing a defensive timeout here for Albion Britons as they rethink what has been happening. Don't want to get too far ahead, or allow JWU to get too far ahead. And so with that, we'll see what they have cooking up in this one.
And to keep in mind, looking at the map picks and all, this was Albion's pick. This is their map pick. This is the one that they decided to play on, and for them to kind of be having a struggle on the defensive side does lend itself to either the fact that even though they picked it, it was kind of that bottom of the barrel kind of concession at that point, right? It was the ones that we practiced before aren't available to us currently, and we have to kind of take what we're given. And at this point, it's going to be quite difficult for them to kind of storm back here. Weapons are hot, as we can go ahead and see. Solsta has had a lot of fun on that jet thus far, and I'm very interested to see if it can be kept up. And again, it's a half purchase round. Schlorp and Bezos, they're still working with the lower end purchase.
I mean,
and they have the money to buy out.
Prophet's only got a pistol. That's the reality. So, get involved into the coming round. That's a nice placement of the 0 point. Unfortunately, it's destroyed and going to be denied any information, but there's Solsta. You asked about Solsta, and they have answered back in incredibly quick fashion. Quick op kill, quick opening pick, and, well, that was the player with the sheriff no longer involved.
is going to be the opportunity, but Totoro fires away on Dr. Kiwi. Great body shots to be able to take that one out. Mars is hiding off on this angle. It's been they've been there multiple times now and hasn't been flushed out. Cypher is uploading though. Going to be finding an opportunity as Totoro is going to swing with that plant. Very, very nice setup so far. That should give a very vast opportunity for JW to fully take over, as Albion Britons are actually going to save here. I mean, they're saving SMGs. I think that's what they're actually saving here.
Last player standing.
I'm just not sure. That is going to be just going ahead and picking up another kill there. 1v5. It's a very tough scenario to be in.
And it looks like Mars Wood just gonna sit here inside the teleporter, but that's not necessarily a safe spot. That being said, seems to be safe for the moment. Don't want that door to open. That could be very scary. And yeah, Marswood going to survive despite all of that craziness, all of the spam damage, and it's 6-1 domination right now from JWU. And let's talk about, we've been kind of hammering home on the purchasing decisions. Looks like it's just going to be a consistent factor, so we're probably just going to leave that as it is for now and start just talking a little bit more about the individual plays that we've been seeing. It's been all JWU all the time from my perspective, Orbital. We haven't really seen a whole lot from Albion, with the exception of that big play with the Blade Storm over the top from the Jet.
And to say that your strengths come out with the ultimate only is a little bit rough to have. And again, with that Cosmic Divide going up, it's going to be even more difficult. So for JWU, they're just playing nice and consistent again and again. The Astra is finding kills left and right. Mars so far has had some opportunities. Schwarf is able to find another. But Solsta with this operator is hammering home way too many kills to be comfortable with. Knowing where Mars is, great swing on the edge. And that'll be the Astra taking pieces home. Solid play once again at 7 rounds. 7-1 so far, as Albion Britons are falling further and further behind.
Well, and JWU, they've got cash to lose. 9,000 there on Jews, and it's a fat bank account for Solsta and others as well. Really, really nice stuff to see. And Albion, well, they got some tools to work with. I mean, we saw the Cosmic Divide come out there for JWU last round. Now it's Albion who have that to work with the Resurrection as well, but opening picks have often gone towards the Sage, so it's been probably difficult to realistically utilize that bit of utility as a Toxic Train goes down here at the B site. We're going to see the push off the back here. Mars playing close. Going to swing, and Totoro has that frag. No more is the breach. Still one player sitting defensively on the side, but Schlort not looking the right direction. And Nikki with double kill is going to find everything. Now even looking to play with that showstopper, but pushing the wrong direction. Not going to find a darn thing.
One enemy remaining.
Solsta actually took a couple seconds there to make sure it was actually Dr. Kiwi that they were watching and not a mirror. And that's just going to be a run forward. That's going to be the knives to the face of Profit. It seems JWU have this one on lock. So not only are they picking apart Albion Britain's mistakes, they're hitting their shots very, very well. And as you said, focusing on the good here, there is something to be said about a team identifying mistakes and then punishing mistakes. And so far, that's what JWU are currently doing. They've found Mars, who is currently the top fragger for Albion Britons. They have found Mars in every single one of their holds. Unfortunately, it's fairly telegraphed where Mars is going to be. Either he's holding elbow or he's holding U-Haul. I think those are the two kind of options that we've seen so far, and it's just that guess. So locking down that top fragger has been their namesake, and it's helped JWU to a very solid, comfortable lead.
No doubt about it. Profit Gamer playing around their own wall, and Nebula as well, because the wall got broke. It's going to be a nice gravity well. Dr. Kiwi going to be vulnerable off the back of it as well. Spam down, taken out. There is Nikki with the paint shells. Even though the commitment comes through from the Cosmic Divide, I say that maybe
Spike planted.
going to be able to bring this one back is Albion. But the Viper's Pit does look to make that a difficult attempt and a difficult try. But NECC continuing to find success there. A triple kill
Last
now.
player standing.
Oh, that's a 4K. Give it an ace. Give it an ace. Come on. Swing it home. Mars is going to be taken out by Totoro. Oh, Totoro, that's just rude. That's just... Everyone report Totoro. That was an ace. That was 100% an ace, and you just took it away. That's not cool.
Yoink. Straight from their grasps.
Still, though.
Oh man,
No.
it's just it's starting to look very, very grim from the Albion perspective. I mean, and the worst news you mentioned before, this is their map pick Orbital. Oh my goodness.
It's dangerous, right? Because if this is what they can do, if this is what JWU can do on an opponent's map pick, imagine what it's going to be like on their own map pick. This one is on track to be a nigh flawless round, a nigh flawless game, right? Only one down, only dropping a single round thus far, feeling dead confident in their skills and confident in their weapon control. They are on fire right now. JW Blue, Johnson and Wales really clutching it home. Right now in the hookah setup, just smoking a few people out right there. Phenomenal body shots here, taken away too, and that's going to be a swing actually from Mars, who is able to get into the inside of this Beast site. However, with the teleporter use, it will be a swing back as Juice and Solsta are able to swing one or two on the side, and the shots go through. Schlorp is able to take Solsta, but it's a very small piece of compensation. Spike is going to go down, A is going to be aggressive, and you got 1v4 for Schlorp to take it home.
They're pushing them. They are looking for this frag. 0 point going to give the information away that there's a player close by. But Juice is up and top and ready to rumble. As 10-1
Last
is now the
round
score
in the
line.
half.
Again, things really getting out of hand here. Double digits in the first half. That's simply phenomenal. And Albion, their composition is so interesting, and I'm really disappointed that we're not going to get to see a little bit more of it, I think. And the reason I say that is because I was really excited to kind of see this breach and what it could do. Unfortunately, there just hasn't been a lot of opportunities.
I also feel that Breach brings a little bit more when you're on the aggressing side, right? Running in with a lot of those abilities gives you key kind of opportunities to swing hard, and I'd like to see it on the aggression. Maybe we get 2 rounds. As you said, maybe you would hope for a few more, but Schlorp does make it an opportunity. Hanging out in the garden there is able to take the head of one. Looking for a few more, though, as the teleporter is going to be used. Albion Britain's trying to swing for a little bit of a pinch here. Mid, but Solsta was ready for it. Pink shell goes out. Another body shot takes out Dr. Kiwi. Juice is going to take out Schlorp, and Juice is going to take a second. That puts 4 on the board. Proper Gamer takes out Juice. And they're looking for one more. However, the Shorty will finish it up, and that's going to be 4 for Solsta.
Schlorp is asking, why did you do that? Why did you just farm my death? All right, there was no need whatsoever. I mean, I'm just kidding. It was an attempt. You had to try. It was last round of the half. You know, hey, it is what it is. But Albion Britons, they're in a hole, a rut, and it's going to be very difficult to climb out. I mean, a 10-round deficit at the half is nearly as bad as it gets.
Mm-hmm. The only score that could be worse is a 12-0 half, right? Like, that is literally the only other area it could be. And so far, JW, Johnson and Wales University, have given us a glimpse into what they can do. Because there are points where we have seen teams when they feel like they're in a comfortable spot, and they are in a comfortable spot, they tend to get a little bit lax, right? They start to get a little bit messy. They start making moves where, personally, I would say it is lazy, right? So far, they have not. Here on the attacking side, or on the defensive side, they're going to try their best. However, Mars with the swing on the aggressive tick is going to lay down a nice little kill. So Albion Britons do have the main advantage here on the A site. Dr. Kiwi going hard here in the pistol.
Remember, Dr. Kiwi's the reason there's even any rounds there for Albion, and it's looking like that might be the reason for this round as well. Iranium in position to try and 1v4. Taking that first duel, and Profit Gamer going to win out on the double, triple swing, whatever it was. Albion, they've finally gotten another round on the board, and it is that pistol round, so possibilities abound.
On my way.
Took them a while, but they got it. Albion Britons go ahead and double their round so far here in this game, and that feels pretty dang good. Now, assuming that they buy out here, which I hope they do because they have... No, don't tell me they're going to run pistols only.
That's scary. Uh-oh. And lacking head armor as well means that this classic is so deadly. Fortunately...
At least the frenzy works.
Yeah, Schlort going to be utilizing that frenzy to great effect. Heal up as well. Not quite 2-1 hundo, but close enough. Okay. All right.
All right, we're having some fun here. Schlorp does get taken out. That was a mid-fight, and it felt like they both just kind of tipped their hats and said, all right, that was not pretty. Let's go ahead and go our opposite ways. It is going to be the plan down. Albion with that wall are going to try their best. Nikki with a little bit of a juke and a short. He's going to pump 2 more into Profit Gamer, and that'll put it into a 3-1. Beezus going to try and take 1 or 2 more heads, but it's not going to happen as Totoro comes around the corner as well. Shorty's reign supreme as JWU are now sat on 12. They are looking at game points on the opponent's map pick.
Yeah, so if anyone ever tells you not to buy second round after a win, that's the reason that you make sure to buy second round after a win, no matter what your teammate in ranked says, because it really does give an opportunity over to your opponents to just win with basically nothing. There was 2 shorties and like 1 ghost through 2 classics. I'm pretty sure that's what JWU brought into that round. Their total investment was, I mean, probably
nothing.
You know, 1,000 credits at most, like as a team. So, like, and they won the round. Now, 12-2, it's looking slim to none odds that we see Albion survive for much longer. I mean, there is some weapons. B does have one here with the Phantom, but it's a tough ask of anyone. Even tougher for the likes of Albion.
And Solsa is able to take out Dr. Kiwi. On the flip end, that is going to be the KO, slapping one back. Straight into a little bit of a dangerous situation. Nikki is going to find Schlorp. That's going to be the judge working for you there. Now a little bit of a boom bot around the corner. Nikki is going to just launch as many utility pieces as you can straight to the back line. Take a couple pepper shots. Is going to swan off on the side, but no kills to be followed through. Albion Britons, though, in a 4v3. A little bit dangerous positioning. They do want to get caught out. Spike is picked up. They're going to swing wide. Nikki gets 1. Nikki can't get another, though, as Profit kills Nikki.
Self-heal towards that stage. Still a man advantage, though, for JWU. Choose on the side. Gonna be swinging around, denies the plant, gets the follow-up. 13-2 is the final score, favoring the side of JW Johnson and Wales. University Blue dominate the opponent's map pick of Bind. There's not a lot from Albion right there, though. You know, you got to be impressed with what JWU put on display, right?
Oh, 100%. This is, again, I said at the beginning, there is a difference between identifying when a team makes a mistake and being able to capitalize on it. Good teams know how to punish bad mistakes, and how well you punish kind of dictates how good your team is, because the team can make a mistake and you just go, oh, well, I'll let it slip, and all of a sudden they still get to come back in the game. No. JWU properly punish. They punish poor positioning. They punish poor aim as well. However, we had a little bit of a mid-scuffle there that was very entertaining to watch with the pistols and the shorty. That was its own deal. It was very fun. Overall, though, JWU identified the fact that they had stronger weapon control at the right times and capitalized. They never let off of the gas pedal, and I will always say this. I am proud when teams do not let up even when they have a large lead. It is so dangerous to give up opportunities. So to take it all the way through, to take it 13-2, gives me great hope in this team to continue building on their success.
Yeah, I am in the same exact boat with you. And, well, speaking of building on success, Ascent is where we will be headed next to see if we can have Johnson and Wales University build on the success of that first map. But first, before we get there, we're going to be headed to a short break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with that second map.
And welcome back to our second game here of this thrilling series so far. It is going to be between JWU and the likes of Albion Britons, and so far it's been Johnson and Wales kind of keeping us entertained, and so far kind of running through these rounds so far in the series.
Don't lie to me, Orbital. We're not watching a thrilling series, okay? Listen, there's only so much we can do, okay? Albion, massive respect. They come out here, they play week on week. They're getting dominated right now, okay? Let's just tell the people the truth. Johnson and Wales are playing a phenomenal game. That part is true. They are doing a whole lot. And I got bad news for Albion fans. We're going into Ascent, which is Johnson and Wales' pick. The good news is maybe Marshmallow can be the difference maker. Swapping in for Profit Gamer, Marshmallow is coming through for Albion. That could be a distinct difference.
Or not.
What is that?
Yeah, or not.
What is that?
Oh,
That's two controllers.
Ooh.
Interesting.
Is it? Yeah, it's already locked in too. So this is like pure comfort coming out of Britons, I think.
Yeah.
This is very much pure comfort. Not a whole lot of synergy to go off of here, but to me, I will say after game number 1, if comfort gets you better results, go right ahead. That is what I will say about that.
Yeah, I was gonna add, Orbital, that when it comes to high level play, I'm a bit of an elitist when it comes to meta. Or at least things that make sense. When it comes to collegiate play and the difference in skill levels that there often is in collegiate play, I am very much on board with play what you're good at and just do that until you are stopped, essentially, right? Because, the meta is sort of irrelevant if you have all of the, generalized pieces. Like, you have a controller, you have the likes of an initiator, and you have some utility to work with. Everything else, the specifics of it, less relevant when it comes down to collegiate. So, I'm on board. I'm on board with the idea. I do ask the question, though, is it going to be enough? I don't know.
I will give them the benefit of the doubt again, because right now they are on the attacking side, and I will say I like Breach on the attack. You can use that utility a bit better. Instead of a stall out, you give it an entry, right? So I will say that is my one shining point. And Mars, honestly, in game number 1, had some good positioning. The positioning was good. It's the aim that kind of caught us a little bit off guard, and that's what we were kind of watching for. So now going to go into this pistol. They're going to have the opportunity. A little bit of a paranoia. The Nebula is, or not Nebula, it is going to be just a little bit of a zone out. Tool, though, coming off line of sight. They're going to try and take the angles. And Arctic Huey is going to enter in. Totoro is going to fall down. Juice is going to find Marswood, but Nikki finds Slorb, and all of a sudden it's the fire right back. JWU firing on all cylinders here, as they are going to clean up this game. So far, at least. This was a little bit messy, and that's going to be a blind through. Can you find it? No, you can't. You had to reload. Solsta is going to find another on the back end, and JWU Blue taking round number 1.
JWU, I like it. That's good. JWU, yeah, very, very strong. 1-0 is the start, and it's used to pick up a triple kill off the back of that as well. A bit of, as sort of we have come to expect, a weird investment from Albion. We're seeing some additional or heavier investments than you tend to usually see on a second round. So that does mean that I think that there's a good possibility that Albion could find some success in here.
Oh.
Mars is like, thank you for flashing me.
It's a very painful one to have right there. You're just like, well, that was annoying. It's like when you throw the hot hands from a Phoenix that you haven't seen in ages. Unfortunate scenario. Great shots to come out of Solsta, though. Great damage laid down after that kill as well. It looks like he might get a little bit more. Great angle to be held, but Mars is able to take out Solsta. Now into the backslide. Myranium is going to find a little bit of a tag. Mars Wood goes down. Great throw, and just right at the feet. Perfect execution.
Yeah, big fragment usage right there. Leaving a couple players low as well is Kiwi. Oh, and gonna be tagged up by the swarm grenade. No! A kill by the turret. That's brutal. Totoro taking him down with the util usage. JWU Blue doing all the work in that one.
You know it's going to be a good game. You know it's going to be a good game when you are the Killjoy and you're allowed to pick up 2 kills purely off of util. Off the Nano Swarm and the turret, both go ahead and collect a kill each, and those are the only 2 kills that you need, right? You're like, hey, now I know that the utility is going to catch them off guard. They're going to play a little bit on the weaker end that way. But now Albion, hopefully they have purchased up a few weapons, and it doesn't look like it. Again, still running a lower end purchase here. They're going to try and give it their best shot, already losing their opener, and watching as Yusto flies strong on the A site. They're going to try and rotate through, but Nikki is waiting there. Going to try and throw out a little bit of annoyance here. Juice is waiting. Around the corner they go. Sees the barrel. Is going to spot him, and Mars with the shoddy is easily going to swap it up. Takes up that Spectre. He's not going to have a few more bullets in the chamber.
Interesting moment right there. Instead of looking for a flash or expecting the flash to come through, either way, it doesn't matter. It's Solstice. Solstice is going to be able to really put the pedal to the metal with regard to these kills, and it's technically a gun round, I guess.
Last player
Raft,
standing.
not gonna happen. All right, Nikki, nicely done, but B is left with 7 health. Quad kill for Solsta, and it's a bit of a pedestrian round, I guess. Even though the quad kill comes through, it did feel like JWU kind of had it in control the whole time.
It did. There was no real change to it, and I think this is going to continue, right? I have a feeling this is going to continue throughout the rest of this game here. You can see it here. For a time, they're still going to look. Biza's still working with that SMG buy. It is going to be that that Spectre in hand. They're going to try and run it once again, though. But this time, they are going to entry straight into mid instead. This is a interesting location because this gives Solsta complete control to get the angle in the back. Swings 2 down to 9 HP. But those are 2 headshots that are crucial. Follow up with a few more. All headshots to close through. Schlorp is the last one with the bulldog in hand. The last one looking. You get 1 kill. Totoro is going to ring the bells of doom. Shots down to alleyway. It means the Spectre might get it. Nope. Iranium is not able to get that kill. And Schlorp is going to take 2 home.
Interesting drone decision right there, but ultimately the kill comes through, so who cares? 4-0, JWU. And Albion, well, they still have some cash. I mean, you know, I guess the good news about buying less than perfect weaponry is that you always have money.
You always have money to buy, and that is... I guess we would call that a win.
I mean, there's not a lot of wins, so we gotta take the small ones.
And to always have kind of your favorite weapon in hand, maybe that's what you would call that win. Maybe you call it a small win, but it is going to be one of the larger buy rounds. And Solsta, oh, you got body blocked. My Radium, no, you can't do that. You better put that Vandal back. You did not earn that Vandal at all. You just did your teammate dirty.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much suiciding for Solsta. I mean, I think my Uranium was also blind, so, like, you know, fair enough.
No. You can't do that.
But you gotta be aware. Gotta be a bit more aware than that. Oh, now he's gonna get smacked in the face with the Rolling Thunder. Isn't even able to get one, even back B to find that frag, the lockdown on the other side. 3 versus 5, but I mean, Albion is going to be able to do this. Oh, it's not looking likely. A double kill already working out in the favor of JWU. The frag toward Jews is good, and the lockdown finds her Dr. Kiwi. But they're not gonna apply it. They're not gonna apply that pressure. An interesting decision being made there, but the defuse is being stuck, and the paranoia as well. Just add insult to injury. Nikki held that thing for so darn long.
Too good. And again, 5-0 so far. JWU not wasting any time. They're consistently managing their defensive phase here. And Albion Britons, they are they're taking some chances here, and this is gonna again be one of their stronger buys that we've seen. Almost 4 rifles, almost 5 if Marshmallow decide to commit as well, and it's not gonna be either. But again, 3 Phantoms, 1 Vandal, and a Spectre. It's probably the best that we're gonna see here for a little bit, as well as 4 ultimates across the board. Yes, you don't have that Rolling Thunder, but you're gonna have enough. You have the Blade Storm, you have the Null Command, you have the Cosmic Divide, and the From the Shadows. These are all great manipulators. If you want to cause a distraction on the site, Mars, of course, on that bottom side, the lurk position to give a bit more information. And it is going to say that mid has been spotted. They know that they're on the B side. They might be challenged here shortly.
Definitely a good thing to look at. And all these ultimates working out. It's going to be the From the Shadows. Quickly, Solsta, though, dispatches the Null Command before it becomes a problem. Bernard Kiwi on the entry, but quickly taken out, and it's looking like things have not been improving. As Mars is last alive.
Last player standing.
Could have maybe... Oh, no, not again. The bot. This is a real possibility with 12 HP. Trying to dodge out. And the bot's gonna do it! 2 in a row! Oh my goodness, another bot kill.
That's 2, Vincent. That's 2. That's the most MVP turret I think I've ever seen in my life right there. That's a 6th player for J-Woo Blue here. Come on.
It's hard for me to think about a game that I've seen 2 bot kills in. You know, one, it just kind of happens, once in a while. 2 in the same game? I mean, I'm hard pressed to remember a time.
Is it bad to say the turret's on par with Marshmallow right now?
Okay, that's toxic. Don't do that.
No, it's...
That's toxic. That's toxic.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry for my co-caster.
I'm sorry.
Oh my goodness.
Marshall is going to try and wrap it up, though, as again, this is going to be an aggressive attack on onto the A site. I like seeing this, though. Again, Cosmic Divide up. This is what I want to see Albion do. Just sprint it in, give it your best shot. Kiwi is going to go ahead, get annihilated by the operator, but at least you're on the site. Can you get the plant down? Solsa is going to come around the back side. He is going to swing on 1, swings on 2, but that's going to do the wide holding it down. Mars is going to find Solsa, but not before 3K comes through. Juice is going to find Mars. That's going to be the quick cleanup. JWU keeping it steady at a 7-0 pace.
Quick and easy. I mean, yes, I think that's a great strategy. Putting down the Cosmic Divide, getting that spike planted, especially on an eco round. It's really nice to get, just 1 ultimate invested and you got entry into the site. But unfortunately, you got to hold on to it, and Albion can't do that. But this is maybe the best buy Albion have had all series long. They've got 5 rifles.
I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like seeing all these rifles up. And last time gave me a bit of hope because rushing in, giving it your best opportunity shows that you still have that aggressive tendency in your pocket. And that's what you still need to have. Keep up the different pacings on the attacks here. If you just keep going slow, it's going to be read like a book. Now you get that chance, though. A little bit slower place, though, as Mars would immediately gets eaten up by that operator. It's going to be a swing in. Slorp is able to find 1, but can't swing on the second. Solsta able to get some revenge.
Nice tap there by Slorp, but paranoia. And then the push up over the top is beautiful. Nice work. Trades by Marshmallow, yes, but Dr. Kiwi, how'd he do ya? Swing around, he's gonna find both those frags. Huge kills coming through. And now a chance for Albion to win a round. It's a 1v2. Favoring Albion. They're headed towards this operator. B site's where he's at. And he's going to hear him. He's going to hear this.
Almost got caught looking the wrong way, but is now going to be blinded out. That paranoia being laid down. You don't see where they're going. And this might be the chance. Can't see where they are, and they're spread very, very thin. Is going to peek on the wrong side. No! Did they not see it? Oh, my Lord. Shot in the back. Does miss 1. He wants it, but that's going to be the op kill. Can you get another one?
Wait.
Oh, recon bolt goes out.
No way. No.
Oh!
Kiwi. Can we just say Kiwi is responsible for all of Albion's rounds so far in the series?
I would say yes. I would say yes.
I mean, that's a triple kill. Yeah, Kiwi's got a triple kill in every round Albion have won. Props to Sir Dr. Kiwi.
Mm-hmm. Doctor keeping it straight here at least, and making sure that they at least go down swinging. And Marshmallow is also able to pick up a kill on the back end as well. And the problem is now you're faced up against 5 full ultimates. And JWoo Blue gonna be looking to have some fun here as the suppression comes through. It does lock down A for a time being, and that should give the information necessary. Solsa has been playing super aggressive though between connector into B. It's just been high-end, high-key aggression from them, and they're going to try it again. Nikki, though, spraying in the wrong corner. Hunter Fury comes out as it is going to be a catch. Nikki is able to fire into the body. One gets ahead of Beezus. That's going to be a 2K that you like to see on B. B shut down. It's all on A.
JWU looking like they are going to be winning this round, barring any craziness. I mean, 3v5, it's very hard to come back from that. Nice bit of utility usage, and, well, even better there from Solsta. Going to use the Cloud Burst and the dash to get out of the way. Swing and a miss for Marshmallow, and Solsta picking up a 2K before Totoro comes in for one more. JW Blue losing a round, yes, but not losing pace as we get down to it. Albion falling back by the wayside, unfortunately, and even more so when it comes to the economy. Can't afford much. Even got a Bucky in the hands of Mars.
And to be fair, Mars, again, this is, I said it before, and I like Mars's aggression. Mars has actually been the entry, I think, for Albion Britons the entire time, and the Bucky's been fun. The Bucky's been fun to watch. If you're going to go aggressive, you might as well just spray and pray, and yeah, it's going to give it the best opportunity. Now you're going to try it one more time. Nikki is literally lined up straight in front. This is going to be a very painful reminder. Swing of one, sprays through the entire thing. Zeus is able to get a very nice shock bolt kill. In the back corner they go as Slort finds Totoro, but another solo kill is going to come through. It's a cleanup to make it 9-1. As JWoo Blue look to close out this series in style.
Yeah, I think JWU are, I think they're headed to try and win the speed run of BO3s. They're definitely looking close to it.
Have we had a full shutout series yet?
Oh,
in the
I'm
NECC?
absolutely positive we have. Absolutely positive. Listen, season 1, we didn't have very many divisions. Let's just say it that way. All right, there was some interesting divisional choices. Whatever it was, I can't remember. I do remember that there was some one-sided games, so I'm sure there's been lots. But this one is not one of those, but it's sure looking like it's close. As quick as you blink, you've already lost a couple.
Oh, man. The Sova jet play coming out from JWoo Blue has been phenomenal so far. Again, as much as we say Albion Britons are making some interesting choices, JWoo Blue have locked down their own style and consistently found their mark. So I really have to praise them on that. Again, not letting up off the gas when you are in a significant lead advantage, it can be difficult. It's sometimes you want to play a little bit fast and loose. You want to go for those knives maybe, or you want to go for those silly 1v4 plays. But it just hasn't. And I have to give huge props for that. Now Solsa is going to come around the backside. Marshmallow is unfortunately going to be blindsided. That means it's a harsh pinch. Solsa again. Top fragger for the squad. Are very close to it. Is going to be shut down after getting a 3K by Beezus.
5 HP remaining there for B. And they don't have a whole lot to work with. It's just a game of survival at this point, I guess, but problem is that there are JWoo players everywhere.
10 seconds left.
Starting to close in just a little bit. I say close in, I mean, it's Totoro who's closed again, and, well, that's really not the weapon you were looking for, Totoro. The shorty at range,
Last
not
round
the
before
great,
the switch.
not a great decision, but double digits once again. It's looking like it's going to be a similar half to last time. Unless Albion can bring things back. They do have a very strong purchase weaponry-wise, so, and they actually have quite a few ults to work with too. So I mean, everything is here for Albion to work with in order for them to potentially find some sort of success.
They have all the components to make a perfect cake, at least for this round. Or a really, really good cake. I think the only way that it would be better is if you have all ultis up and available. Marshmallow able to find Totoro early, and that's going to take down the lockdown. That's actually very, very important for their entry. They don't want to have that defender lockdown on their point. Salsa, though, is going to swing. Gets one. Mars and Slorp each take one apiece, though. This is going to put it into a 2v4. Albion Britain's biting back here in the final round of the half.
It's going to be a 2v4. Woo Blue looking to retake. It's Miranium to take that first swing. Cosmic Divide not down just yet. There's still a Blade Storm to talk about. We're going to find the two agents are on towards the backside. Juice.
Standing ahead.
He's going to find out that this player is sitting close by. It's going to be difficult to anticipate. And they're not going to look. They're not going to see Slurp holding their tongue. He's going to take one out there. Now 1-on-4, and it's not to be so. Albion gonna deny the exact same scoreline as last game. Gonna force the 10-2. And whilst that's still incredibly strong for JWU, is definitely an improvement if you're Albion.
I thought Albion already had 2 rounds before. I thought it was a 13-2.
It was, but it was 11-1 half.
Ah, correct. Yes, that is an improvement then. I do like that. Now taking a look, though, JWU Blue, this is going to be their attacking side, and you can already see they're prepped and ready for some aggression here, and I'm very, very much liking this setup so far. Eyes are going to be open, though. What are they going to try and rush so far? It does look like that B-side rush should be fairly simple. Of course, the opportunities are going to be a little bit different here, as that's going to be the recon going out. What can you see? Marshmallow going to throw up a little bit of a paranoia, and it's going to be the rush. Good headshots here. Marshmallow able to take 2. Great 2-for-1 trade.
Indeed, and this is a 3 versus 2, a winnable scenario indeed, and
One enemy remaining.
Dr. Kiwi showing their class. Nikki to play the 1-on-3 is not going to be successful. And Albion Britons have done it. They've found a couple of rounds. They found the pistol, and maybe this is the pathway back to a more reasonable score line to win. I'm not so sure, but you know, every round at this point in this sort of game counts. And remember, playoff time is coming up very soon, and round differential is definitely a thing.
It very much is, but again, Albion Britain's opting to not go for any sort of anti-eco, instead trying to save with the light armor here. We're going to see if it works for them. Again, decently spread out once again. A little bit of information given over. Stars are set up in a very casual position, I want to say, but Dr. Kiwi ready and waiting for that mid play. Going to be a little bit of a harsh dance, though, as Totoro is able to find Schlorp early on. That's going to be the drone taken out as Dr. Kiwi is spotted out.
Gonna dash away. Juice trying to apply some pressure. An interesting shot dart attempt, but ultimately everybody running the other direction. It's 4 versus 5 as Albion look to retake, but it's a very difficult retake with all 5 on the site. Here's Dr. Kiwi. Oh my goodness. 1 health via that fragment. That's scary, but things are looking like they'll be going the way of Albion. No, Totoro again! Not like this! That's ridiculous. Zolsta still alive and kicking, and might even be able to fight this back just a little bit. No, not quite able to utilize that frenzy. The health on 2 out of 3 of those remaining Albion players, I mean, just a sliver. But ultimately, they do pick up the round. They pick up the pace, and full block coming in for JWU Blue.
And looking at it, it is going to be the rifles coming out here, but Dr. Kiwi opting for that Marshall once again, and we do see the Bucky with 2 Spectres, and then the Stinger. I have not seen a Stinger in quite some time, but Schlorp is going to be running that one, if I'm not mistaken, unless I got the gun wrong. 3 SMGs again when they saved for 2 rounds, and even won those as well, so very, very surprising to say the least. Dr. Kiwi just a hair fraction off of a headshot right there.
Oh, Solsta Shut man to bed, nighty night. And Albion losing out on one of their heavy hitters, Dr. Kiwi. Here we go, push, scaling up quickly into market. Marshmallow swinging, going for the full spray down. 4 bullets, and that's not enough. Falling eventually, as does B. Flort left alive, and that's a quick affair. 11-4.
They made it look easy right there. They said, hey, look, the last 2 rounds were pistols only, so now we're going to get right back into the swing of things. And again, 4 rounds this time for Albion, so slowly climbing the charts. And
They're buying guns!
they are. Bees is saying, I still want to work with the SMG, but I like it, right? Full Vandals coming out, except for 1, so 4 and 1. Light armor on Beezus as well, even though you're sitting on 2K, which would be able to upgrade all those. JWoo Blue, though, with the lockdown, should have an opportunity here on B. They're going to send 1 lurk and 1 mid, so it's going to be an interesting play. Mars, though, able to roll them out a little bit and stall out their B main push.
I like this a whole lot. Mars maybe getting a little too fancy with that aftershock, but the idea was certainly there. Unfortunately, is caught out in the open. Going to be from the shadows, a very dangerous from the shadows, might I add, by Marshmallow, but does survive the affair. Even the flash, not going to work out. Nikki, though, hanging around in middle. Going to find 1 successful shot. Makes it a second for the Flawless at 12-4. And JWoo Blue are looking to put this one to bed.
Not stopping at all, and again, this is why I really, really respect JWoo Blue. Looking at Solstat at the very top, at 26 frags, has been a phenomenal powerhouse thus far. And to keep in mind, this is not 26 over the course of, I want to say, like a 24-round game. This is only over 16. This is well and above, I want to say 1.5 per round. And that in itself is an amazing scoreline to have. So far, really showing off on the duelists here. Might be looking for 4 more. If you can get 4, you hit that 30 bomb, and you feel real good about this game.
Fortunately, I do think that recon bolt needs to be adjusted just a bit. What's a swing far, and okay, Millennium. Slorp is no more. Shock bolt to try and deny re-entry, but there is player. Dr. Kiwi on towards that other side, but gotta hit all your shots once you're out in the open like that. Marshmallow running out of bullets to shoot. No boy. That's a little bit scary. Millennium running around looking for you.
1 enemy remaining.
And it's just a 1v1 or a 1v5, excuse me. B. And they're all coming for them. Drew's gonna close it out. Flawless 13-4 and 13-2. That's the scoreline we will be looking at here for JWU Blue. Johnson and Wales dominating over their competition in week 6.
And on very standard maps as well. This is not pulling out that breeze and fracture and kind of stealing a march over an opponent. These are standard maps that people will be playing, and that, I think, solidifies the basics, right? Saying, hey, we know how to play the basics. If anyone brings these up, we still have a very nice selection. So now it's a testament on the other side. You know, are you going to play maybe that breeze or fracture? Are you going to bring it out and show us some new tech and really take a best of 3 over your opponents? But I have to say, JWoo had a fantastic time. And for the likes of Albion Britain's esports, go back to the drawing board a little bit, right? Just maybe shore up those basics a little bit more, and we'll see where you can go from there.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it happens to the best of us. I was in a Counter-Strike match the other day, and I got 60-0'd. So, you know, it happens.
That's like a normal day for me. I don't know what you're talking about. So.
Orbital, I'm sorry. My point being that, you know, these types of matches do happen. Albion, we're the ones to be on the other side of the domination this time out. And the Navigators yellow, man, things are certainly heating up. Johnson and Wales now at 3-3. They've given themselves a real good chance at those playoffs as well. So, with that being said, it's looking like it's going to be the end of our time here for you and I, Orbital. We are going to have another match coming up, though, of course, and I think Mick and Impernosis are going to be bringing that one to you. It's El Camino College going up against the University of Hawaii at Manoa. So stay tuned for that one. We'll be back with that matchup as soon as we can.
it keeps on pounding. Tell me why you did it, every dream falling apart. Tell me why you did it after the promise. Still again, oh baby, I need your love. Looking so different, clear and street light. Heartbeat, heartbeat, it keeps on pounding. Heartbreak, heartbreak, you tell me goodbye. Heartbeat, heartbeat, it keeps on pounding. Heartbreak, heartbreak, you tell me goodbye. Tell me why you did it, every dream falling apart. Tell me why you did it after the promise. Still again, oh baby, I need your love. Looking so different, clear and street light. Tell me why you did it, every dream pounded. Tell me why you did it after the promise. Still again, oh baby, I need your love. Looking so different, clear and street light. Goodbye. Heartbeat, heartbeat, it keeps on pounding. Tell me goodbye. Heartbeat, heartbeat. Heartbreak, heartbreak, you. Tell me why you did it. Tell me why you did it after the promise. Still again, oh. Looking so different, clear and street light. Heartbreak, heartbreak, you tell me goodbye. Heartbeat, heartbeat, it keeps on pounding. Heartbreak, heartbreak, you tell me goodbye. Heartbeat, heartbeat, heartbreak, you.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the NECC. My name is Infernosis, joined here by my good friend Mick, and we've got ourselves two teams ready and raring to go. They're part of our Champion Cyan division here inside of the NECC Valorant section, and it's one team that is top of the board for this division as well, though they did lose just 2 weeks ago to Sac State Green, which is second place. So, I mean, things could obviously flip and change, especially if they take a loss here today.
Yeah, most definitely. And even then, considering the way the game's gone, I mean, Valorant is completely different than what it used to be. We sat there and saw an entirely different meta. We saw entirely different picks going ahead and being the main go-to. And now as things stand, you never know what's going to happen. Maybe an update could come out tomorrow, and then we're all starting from scratch once again. You never really know. And that's the most exciting thing part about Valorant, even than just esports in general. And even then, talk about the two teams. We got the likes of old Warriors varsity from El Camino College, and then we got UHM, varsity black from the likes of Hawaii at Manoa. So very interesting there, a squad kind of offshore, but still part of our league here, and an outstanding one at that. I mean, we sat there, just mentioned their record, sitting at 3-1, but overall, when we sit there and talk about the rosters, we got to start with the Warriors and what they got to provide.
Yeah, first and foremost, we've got Lux, Manic, Zeramar. I don't think this is correct. Am I crazy? Or is this the same one? Oh, it is. Wow. I looked at the wrong sheet earlier. Manic, Zeramar, Jaden, Bang, Guac. Call myself out here. I didn't recognize the first name. I totally lost it right there. But it's Lux. We can call him Lux Jr., Lux 63 Jr., whatever they want to be called. We'll go ahead and do it. I'm fairly excited for this roster. Going 2-2 kind of sets them up. And let's keep in mind, they beat the UHM Varsity Green squad in the first week, 13-3, 13-6 in a 2-0 fashion. Obviously, I mean, the Varsity Black squad, I think, is a higher rated roster for their university, but there could obviously be some changes here. Maybe a toss-up. Maybe UHM, their black team, plays the exact same or near to the same as their green squad, and maybe they're looking to counteract that one up. But we'll also talk about the black squad a little bit more. More importantly, their roster on top of it. Dallas.
Yeah, the outstanding squad we're going to be talking about tonight is going to be including the likes of Tessin, Cold, Ola, excuse me, we'll just call them all. I want to sit there and just go ahead and talk about the TTV thing, because you do the same thing, Scott. You have that on your handle.
Only on a couple things. Only on a couple things.
It is what it is, you know. So that's going to be all Comey, though. And then we got Prefix and then Mike also to kind of be the little grand finale there. And looks like, I would say, a very diverse squad. With that first squad, the home night, for the Warriors, a lot of young faces there. Meanwhile, here, we're looking at a little bit more just entirety across the board.
Yeah, I'm actually fairly excited to see how this one pans out. And when we're talking about the maps as well, if I remember correctly, it was a bit of a weird change for us here, as Bind was the second map to be banned, but ultimately it still comes out to some pretty basic map, unfortunately. Fraction Bind, the first two to be banned out. Hawaii kind of gets to determine what map they're heading to first. By getting that second ban, gives them some semblance of favor. But Haven will be the first map on the chopping block, the 3 objective site. We'll have to see how that one pans out. Icebox will be the second. The major changes could be interesting. See how it goes.
Yeah.
Split Breeze and then Ascent. Icebox's changes are very important. We'll deep dive and talk about that when the map comes up. But first and foremost, the map of Haven and what agents we'll actually be seeing.
Well, we're probably not going to see Astra, even though we still already I've been looking to go ahead and lock in that Omen, being that controller here for the map. And surprisingly enough, not a Brimstone, but even then, everybody has their own opinions and their own options when it comes down to these controllers, and they're all extremely good in their own respect, as it seems right now. But look at it for UHM, already a little bit confident in themselves. Able to go ahead and bring out that KJ, the Jet on prefix with that, and then the old Sky as well. So an outstanding look, at least right there, where you have yourself some heals, you have your blinds, you have everything else to provide. Now you got the intel as well with the Sova, as we exactly see what Camino wants to whoop out with their initiator, or their second one, and their Sentinel as well.
I think one of the big things is no Brimstone. I mean, that was the big talking point for a lot of maps. I'm not really shocked to see a lack of Brimstone on Haven. He just doesn't really set it up as much as, some other teammates or other agents do. However, the important factor will be these smokes, these dark clouds that an Omen can send out. Comey and Zeramar are the players to do just that. And it'll be fairly important to set up those paranoias around these corners. Some of the major key angles will be trying to lock out that Heaven long push on the A site, as well as trying to clear out that garage big window in towards that B objective and C objective. So the question on my mind is, how influential will those paranoias be? We talked about it just our last match on the B stream earlier today, Dallas, where we didn't feel like on Ascent the Omen that was selected found as much impact with the paranoia as we necessarily would have wanted. We'll have to see if these two squads can, pick up the tempo from there and start to use it a bit more effectively, especially with the fact that Omen used to never be played and now is straight into the meta and very valid.
Yeah, and keep in mind also the Omen that we sat there and saw in that last matchup was also facing off against the likes of a Brimstone. So, I mean, obviously there's going to be some standards there to kind of compare and contrast the two, knowing that Brimstone's probably at a pretty definitive advantage overall. But, I mean, looking at the likes of these two rosters, it doesn't seem like anybody else is doing anything different. We have ourselves a mirror matchup overall, so it all comes down to which squad is just legitimately that much better when it comes down to the composition, getting their game plans laid out, finding what works and what doesn't for them, and making these adjustments as the map goes on. And even then, I mean, starting in this attacking side with the Warriors, able to go ahead and say, look, where are we going to start? Where are we going to set the tone for? How fast do we want to play this out? Do we want to play it slow? Well, I can tell you, at least on Haven, we most definitely don't want to. But having 3 sites and having that element of surprise to choose exactly where you want to bring the combat is always going to be a pretty good factor to bring to the table for yourself.
It's all about the utility expenditure early in round 1. There's not much utility to be had, so anywhere you choose to use it needs to be massively influential for the later stages of this round. A lot of attacking teams choose to just go in for that rush. They'll funnel in towards C, maybe even take control over towards A, but that's kind of the harder thing to do, especially with the fact that Omen is on the board. That allows for those dark clouds to be placed at that funnel position, flush to the wall, which we can see exactly here on that C site. Only being able to hide behind a Radianite Crit in cubby outside of Tons towards Garage. Cold QT is trying to play from within mid of B, and it looks like that's the Warriors' avenue of approach as they'll swing themselves quite aggressively through to B site. 3 players already on. Cold's able to catch 1, 2, and Maynick is finally able to get the refrag back, but it could be too little too late as the damage has necessarily been done. A 3-on-3, and the recovery has to go through here by the Hawaii side. Kumi working their way in, gets caught from the rear. Zaramar finds the kill. Tessa gets the refrag back, but Locks finds themselves one, and Maynick finds yet another. First round win drops to the Warriors in the attack.
Yeah, great exchanges there for the Warriors to be on this attack. Go ahead and get the real first bite here in terms of what we got to provide here tonight. I mean, looking at looking at that first round, how they set up, they said, look, let's go C and let's go towards mid. See where we get a little bit more influence from, and then we make the decision off that. Let's not go ahead and bum rush anything. Let's not get crazy or overzealous of ourselves. Let's get a feel for the map, see what we need to do, and then act accordingly. And they sat there and said, we got a lot more influence on mid. We found that pick right there in front of the window. Let's move on to B. B in the middle of the map is now going to be open with 3 sites. They're going to have to spread themselves a little bit thin, so this may be the move to be making there. And a great exchange on the site when they actually had to go ahead and work off each other. But now as things will twist up and kind of have a different change of pace, you know you're going to be going to the A site with all these Spectres in hand. You have that money that you bought off with. You're trying to get aggressive, and you most definitely can. When you get the read on 2 players already pushing A short, you know the shots can come out. You know Zaramar's there for the shots, and Manic also with the Twandle in hand. So a lot of damage already being dished out, and a lot of players dead as well.
Man, only 2 players left standing on the defense. You're expected to lose this round, Dallas, but I mean, getting a kill or 2 would be pretty important for you to maintain some level of brevity for it. But Lock with the recall bolt gets the information on Prefix, and now Prefix is in a bad spot. Will be finished off by Guac, and Guac will even swing out towards the halls and even take out Comey in the process. 4 players left alive for the Warriors. They'll swing themselves quite handily into round 2 and give themselves an opportunity on round 3, but on the attack, you're facing with only really SMGs to work with, a full rifle buy and utility that Hawaii should be bringing to the table now in the defense.
Yeah, I mean, this is really the huge answer that we always ask for when it comes down to round 3. This is where you sit there and see it, and the Behemoth is just going to run away with it in a completely dominant fashion, able to go ahead and utilize the guns they have in hand already. Really just go ahead and keep the game going in their favor. Get that 3-0 and get some free upgrades at the hand as well. Or if you see there and see the other side, kind of going ahead and saying, look, you had yourself a weapon advantage. Round 1 was very 50-50, and now things are kind of starting to even out once again. So let's see what we can really do, and knowing that this is going to be a very even playing field, or at least that's what we try to look for here. So we once again see the double down towards the A site. We see a little bit of strafe shots, and the players are not getting too overantsy until Manic finally goes ahead and finds that first shot, that first frag, and pushes on the Prefix and found a free second as well.
Picking up 2 is very nice. Comey's forced to step back away from the situation, and the Warriors are pounding their hurt down on Hawaii's side. You see a great position for them to try and take map control, but unfortunately they lose 1. Tessa with a refrag does bring them back to fighting shape, but that fighting shape is a little bit lackluster. In a 2v4, the man count favoring by double the Warrior side again. And walk through the smoke. And Manic finds the last kill for 3K. We'll ignore that entirely.
That was not
unfortunate.
Sus. It was not sus. Not sus at all.
Not any knowers. Not any knowers.
But, I mean, regardless of what happened there, we sit there and obviously, I mean, it wasn't the most expected outcome there. But overall, the Warriors looking outstanding for these first three, knowing that they've sat there and found themselves in a near flawless fashion. That last round, they look for the answer buys. They go ahead and stack it whatever cash they got. Now finesse themselves a 3-0 lead. Set UHM back in their economy where they're forced with nothing but sheriffs in hand, and they still have full rifles and plenty of money to back it up. So, I mean, for a start, you couldn't ask for anything better, quite honestly.
It's all about tempo right now for the side of the Warriors. Take that round win and start to act off of it in a bit more of an aggressive manner, especially when you know that the eco will not be favoring Hawaii. But notice the aggression they're doing. Look at how forward-thinking Hawaiian forward placements they are. Jaden with another shot through the smoke. This one connects to Mikey. And now Lux Jr. is trying to get a shot over towards Hay using a shock dart. Owljohn gets sent out towards the window side, and Jaden still gets another kill. This one at a prefix. 2 kills garnered for the side of the Hawaii's. This Cold and Comey, will find themselves each one. It's on 3-on-2, and the Warriors are actually down a player. They do have the advantage in terms of weapons, but the weapons can be picked up by the Hawaii side. They'll step onto site. A lockdown's actually being utilized. Somehow we see Tessid still alive. He'll swing around, find Guak, who just took out their cohort, and a 1-on-2. Kami's the only player really undetained as of the current moment, and Jaden now needs to work through the smoke and be able to find a little bit more. Paranoia is sent. They'll spray through. Despite that, the short-sightedness does not deter them, but they'll miss the shot opportunity to test it. Who'll find their kill. Still a round win for the Warriors, but Hawaii destroyed the eco in that round and made them drop all 5 rifles.
They most definitely did, but I mean, at the end of the day, you still find yourself that round. You still have yourself a win streak on your hands, and you still have so much cash at your disposal that you're not really too beat up about it. You can still see that, I mean, UHM, they're probably a little bit more concerned with that round than we honestly see the likes of the Warriors. Knowing they have all that backup, knowing they have all these funds to still go ahead and allocate for their squad, UHM is saying, we just lost potential pickups that we could have found. We killed players in that round. We could have picked that up, saved all that money, and even if we didn't die towards the end, we could have made an even exchange to say that we went ahead and made it out positive. But, I mean, no net positive here for either side, really, unless you're like the Warriors, and you go ahead and have this round win on your hands. So we're talking about doubling down, going ahead and moving to the next one. We're all moving right over to the seaside, where Manic already has this Bladestorm out, looking to get a little bit aggressive with it as well, and possibly find a couple kills.
Tailwinding on a site and getting up on top of the Radiant crates is a solid position to play from. Some would call it an apex position, but ultimately it's going to come down to whether or not they can utilize it effectively, and they haven't really done so besides creating that initial space. No kills have been garnered from it. A push through garage does net them 1, but they'll also lose that player in a trade. Now just needing to defend out their spawn. You see that they're KJ's working back towards Hay as their rest of the team defends site. Seekers are sent, giving them intel that there are players on site. Mainig takes a lot of damage from it and gets stunned, killed off afterward by Tessid. Player advantage for the Hawaii side. Now Locks Jr. has to be able to defend this one. Gets the intel and is able to find Cole because of it. Tries to work through the dark cloud and Comey denies. Jaden's in a great spot once again. Swings to a second. Looks for the third, but Comey denies it, and there's no way for this defuse. They already got it half, though. There's a chance, but it's just not far enough. Hawaii will fail to defuse just barely, and the Warriors scrape by once again.
What an interesting round there for the Warriors. I can't say I've seen an approach like that out of the KJ, but quite honestly, it's what works. I mean, Jaden being able to go ahead, move around the map, say, look, instead of holding out towards that C long, make sure to get as far away from my opponent as possible, knowing that even right there towards C, you got Prefix running an operator in hand. That is, I mean, the cojones to go ahead and say, look, let me push up on this. Let me go ahead and fight this battle and still maintain a win there. Get myself a double, clear out the site, knowing that that spike will not have enough time. A KJ player who not only plays around the spike across the map, but is willing to go ahead and get his hands dirty to sit there and stay active with it. It's something that you can't really substitute, something you can't really ask for too much. It's something that's just learned over the course of the game. So, I mean, it's going to be a huge common denominator as we sit there and see the rest of this match pan out.
Tasmanian Tiger sent out, and the intel for the Warriors will at least garner some success as Cold's position is given away. But Mikey able to find one. Comey finds another. Mikey with a second shot. Headshot, killing the Marshall rings true, and the Warriors are down to a 2v5. 3 ults on the board for the Hawaii side, and this looks like a round that's kind of hard for them to toss asunder. Jaden playing from the A-short side, seemingly aware that Comey may be playing on the right, or someone will. Maybe they've seen them cross previously in their call that's being made by Hawaii to maybe pick up some of those rifles that have been dropped. You see the hesitation by Jaden to actually step out this direction. Cold could be
One enemy
trying
remaining.
to play aggressively. Jaden swings to find out Comey, but Cold finds the kill instead. Locks Jr. needing to fight off too, and does so successfully. We're now down to 40 HP. Needs to swing out. Prefix is there, however, with the Marshall. And just like the other 2 shots we saw, rings true, and it'll be another round win. This one, finally, for the Hawaii side, as they'll pick up their first. It's 5-1.
Need a drop.
Yeah, getting on the board, better later than never, quite honestly. You said go ahead, manage yourself one, and you know that Warriors still haven't guaranteed themselves that even half's getting that 6th-round threshold yet. So you're sitting pretty comfy right now if you're the Warriors. You're sitting there saying, don't be too beat up about it. Don't worry about it just yet. We still have a little bit of money left in the bank for some of us to be working out something. But, I mean, the fact that we sat there and all of us got wiped in 2 of those rounds that we finessed to win, I mean, you sat there and had the advantage if you keep on winning and just in different respects every single time. But now, whenever you sit there and manage that, hey, I mean, UHM has managed themselves around. I mean, even that one round alone, things are looking pretty scratchy. And whether we win or lose this, knowing this economy will be reset to some extent once more, we can't really lose too much here. We have to stay alive. So play it slow, play it steady, and if you're maining it, go ahead, baby. Do your duelist thing. Run the heck right in, find yourself a kill, and get that plan down as well.
Lockdown goes. The baby cage will force and flush away the Warriors, but the damage been done. They've planted. They can step back safely anyways. This is the position they would normally play. Paranoia, that's going to find 2. No, it found 3. Jaden also being tagged, apparently just clipped on the shoulder. Will Spectre spray down 1 more. Mikey gets Guac, who shoots the door. Unfortunately, Prefix finds one with an operator, but Mikey's fragged back by Lux Jr. Prefix baiting onto the thing. A Paranoia will be sent instead, and Cold will be able to take out Zeramar after that Paranoia. Lux Jr. will lock down that spike defusal by finding 1 onto Cold. Prefix with the operator takes out Jaden, but there's no time here for the defuse, and I think Prefix is readily aware of that one. We'll try to spray down him with the Spectre, but Prefix comes out on top, gets their 3rd in the round, and unfortunately, because you turned around, Prefix, you don't survive with the operator. The Warriors go up, not just a round again, but by being able to take away the operator from your hands.
And that there is just completely detrimental. When you see the kind of impact that puts in your pockets, when you see that what that's done for the rest of the team, knowing that you still have yourself an advantage in some respect. I mean, UHM has actually managed somewhat of a buy here. I mean, everybody has to some extent. But, I mean, the way the money's going back and forth right now, I just can't talk about it all game because it's just all over the place. I mean, you just can't get your hands around it to really discuss it too much. But one thing that we can look at is that scoreboard there on the top. You already see that Warriors grab themselves another round. And every single other round thus far, they've been impressive. They had themselves a very easy take, a very easy plan. But then the post plan is where things get really, really rough. And quite honestly, we had to see Prefix step up with this operator, really had the impact pre-round. Make sure you're in a 5v4 once it gets around to that retake. We have that many less variables to worry about. But you can already see the attacking cage to come out, the old defending Hunter Spear to come in and answer it, and also grabbing a little bit of a hit there on the edge to kind of give yourself an extra cherry on top. So you have your cake and you can eat it too. But especially if you're the likes of a Warriors varsity right now, able to go ahead, get your spike, and you can plant it too.
Oh, wow, good position. Dark Cloud gives just enough coverage for Manic to take a step back, and good timing. 2 players ready to swing, a third and not far behind. Guac's going to worry himself through Garage. Now holding big window is going to swing out towards lane. Blinds 3, catches 2. Headshot kills. Barely surviving against Comey, but Cold finds the kill, and Lux Jr. takes out the last 2 of Cold and Comey quite instantaneously. The Warriors dominating 7-1. They look insurmountable, but obviously Hawaii has gotten close a couple times. It's still anyone's game. It's just looking like Warriors, at least in the first half.
Yeah, they most definitely have. They managed themselves some really close calls here in this game thus far. But to know that even in that round alone, when you finally go ahead and see things are ironing out to some extent, thinking, okay, this can be pretty even back and forth. No, sir, it's not. Warriors still come out on top, and even though they keep 4 players alive in the meantime, knowing that they're saving all those weapons, they still have so much at their disposal. And the fact that the Warriors are just doubling down, they're playing into this aggression, knowing what they have to work with, and saying, we just play for the map. They get that aggression. They play on the game. They push up, and we just don't see UHM really fighting for that control once again. In that last round alone, they were all sitting in CT, never really looking for an answer, really splitting up into Garage, but somehow split up. Prefix throws a split of the knife, gets that first kill, but can't really manage too much because only 2 players alive left. Jaden whips out the pistol, finds one, and Mikey in the back. With nothing but a Marshall in hand. Yeah, that's going to be a quick one there for the likes of the Warriors. I'm going to go ahead and make it 8-1.
Well, 4 players surviving, and I'm just going to say it, the Warriors thriving. They have looked very strong, and this is the time. Tess is going to call the timeout now for the Hawaii side. I mean, use it or lose it. The halftime is coming through, and you have a timeout every half.
Yeah.
Trying to expend it, trying to talk things through, and you guys have been struggling. And it's not just you guys playing poorly. I don't think that's the case whatsoever. I think the Warriors are employing a strategy that you are failing to adapt to. It's a very reactive strategy. The Warriors are all over the place. That's why it's so difficult to defend this map with 3 objectives. The Warriors can pick any site, and they can pick it aggressively, they can pick it slowly, they can play passive, but the way that they're employing themselves and the way that they're sieging onto these objectives is facilitating such a hard defensive push that the retake just isn't successful, and they're falling apart quickly.
Yeah, and another thing I want to say is, like, usually it comes down to individual fights. I mean, that's what we see out of a lot of players. I don't like to get overzealous or really do anything, but quite honestly, the Warriors are excelling in these 1v1 fights. They look like these pub stars to where they can sit there and say, all right, everybody do your own thing. It doesn't matter. We're just, having fun out here. All right, hey, IGL time now here. Let's go ahead and wrap things up. All right, everybody's had their fun. Recess is over. We need everybody to come back inside into the bomb site and make sure to watch this whenever need be. And it's just calm and collected. And it looks super, super clean and just organized from the way that we at least get the pleasure of this viewing angle from. But I mean, looking at UHM, we just haven't seen him play for that retake. And the best way I compare it to is going to be a pie chart. You sit there and you have that 50-50 right off the get-go. But then every single time, you're going to see a team push up to one side or the other. They're going to choose a bomb site. You have to rotate around that. You have to surround them to where they have as little amount of control of the map as possible. And we haven't seen UHM really make that split to rework for all the amount that they've already lost. They just go ahead and say the map's taken. We have a one-directional push, and that's it. You can find kills elsewhere because the Warriors are still going to be lingering around those next segments, but you're just not really there and have the presence to back it up. But talking about presence, we already see FX trying to go ahead and get himself a little bit of a pick there, but Zeramar manages the first, and an exchange on B side with all the bloodshed.
Spike down B.
Now, let's keep in mind, impact is important, but it's also about being able to pivot around these objectives and pivot towards a more successful avenue. And right now, we're not seeing that from the Warriors. A more sturdy defense set up for Hawaii. Jaden has positioned themselves accordingly on A. It's that long flank they love to do. I don't know why they're sending their KJ to do it consistently, but it's fine to see. Jaden, unfortunately, doesn't come up with anything. Prefix, the player who unfortunately didn't get to keep the operator last time we saw it, keeps it this time, and you'll see the Hawaii side utilizing that timeout effectively, now picking up their second round win. Adaptation, adjusting, positioning yourself accordingly, reacting to what the attacker bringing to the table. There's a plethora of ways to phrase it, and finally we're seeing Hawaii try to employ it at least slightly, and it works out in their favor over the Warriors side.
Yeah, going ahead, getting a player there on the flank, getting a little bit of control on the map, saying, all right, even then, if I know they're not in spawn, they're going to be somewhere else. They're towards the middle of the map. Go ahead and hold these angles. Make sure you have the holds on. Make sure you have these crosshairs lined up. And right there, you're expecting Prefix to do just exactly that. You see the recon dart coming out. You get that intel of a player there towards A long, and you're just praying if you're Prefix to go ahead and that he just peeks the tiniest bit to get that off shot off. But still nothing. Just a bunch of silence, a little bit of calm before the storm comes around. But even then, there is no storm on this A side. Close is going to go ahead and get picked up, but that's no big problem because the rest of your team is now on C. It was a complete Trojan horse, and they're looking to find some picks to back it up and grab complete control of the half of the map.
Trojan horse is such a great way to descript this, as Hawaii have unfortunately let the beast straight through into their home ground, and C site is Warriors for the taking, and they've done just that. 4v5, you would assume Hawaii have the favor, but the post-plant situation, the post-plant hold, is set up by the Warriors. This is going to be hard for Hawaii to step out of. They're having a triple swing out from defender spawn, and it is wildly successful, employing one through tons. Mikey was trying to give themselves an opportune moment. Jaden is just forced away. No chance to fight this one, and Prefix carries themselves once again, striding ahead of the competition, finding the last operator shot to finish things off. They'll find themselves another round win. This one flawless on top of it, despite the Warriors' very tepid approach of that Trojan horse strategy as you so descripted it. Hawaii hold on, and in a gorgeous retake.
Yeah, I mean, even then, just that alone, when you can go ahead and turn the game around like that, it's rounds like those. Sure, it's the small victories that you want to start accumulating up. Sit there, get an idea to say, all right, well, even then, we're still behind, but we'll work there. How do we sit there and know that we can maintain these flawless respects? I mean, what did we do there for the retake? Well, I feel like it was more of a mistake by the Warriors for triple stacking logs right there, and one flash completely just blindsided the entire team. I mean, that's a real good use of util there if you're no UHM fan. But I mean, the Warriors have to realize what kind of angles are going to be checking, what kind of plays are going to be making. There's a default. I mean, when you go into public games, you go into rank ladder, you know that teams have a tendency. Players are going to check something by default. And if you triple stack it and the blind comes out or a smoke, you made your entire setup there just pointless.
Danger is the name of the game for Prefix right now, trying to hold A short and looking to get rushed down, but Manic is cut down, and Cold is able to cut down 2 more on top of it. It is the Warriors bleeding, dare I say hemorrhaging on these opening frags. They have not managed to garner any success, bar maybe a trade, and Cold's death does not necessarily spell disaster for Hawaii. And with only 1 ult on the board, and it's from the shadows, what is that going to do for them? It doesn't seem like it will amount to much if they're not able to even get to a site safely in the first place. Guac going to tease towards B, and will be cut down quickly afterwards by Komi, who's holding up on box, using the TP to their advantage. Zeramar still maybe trying to go for the refrag back. Komi holding right side. The Omen and Omen! We'll see which side it favors, but the looks of things, Hawaii are just favored as a whole. Zeramar seemingly has the location, though, but it is, in fact, going to be Hawaii going up once again. 8-4 will be the scoreline for this half. And a solid way to go about it. Now the Warriors have to play on the defense.
Yeah, I feel like this is a pretty good breath of fresh air, quite honestly, for them. I think that's exactly what they need, because when it looked like on the attacking side that almost the Warriors were kind of running out of gas there. They had themselves such a strong start, getting on site so much, winning the 3rd round there, just in a row, stacking up what they needed to really set themselves up for the rest of the game, or at least at that half, to go ahead and make it like 12, I'd say. But, I mean, the way things have panned out as far as that, I mean, UHM, they're not even really doing too much. They sit there, get 1 round, the Warriors get a little bit scared, they start playing a little bit more halty towards their spawn, and UHM is taking notice of that. They're saying they're not being as aggressive anymore. They're not making these pushes. They're not pressing that W key. They're not setting up for plans right now. They are stopping because they are scared of us. And let's go ahead and set up aggressively on this defensive side to grab these easy picks to really capitalize on that. But as we're talking about capitalization, we're looking at the likes of UHM looking to capitalize and go ahead and make their way to a site. But it doesn't seem like they have any idea where they want to do that, with so many players scattered about, that this isn't just a default. This is just standard code right now. We're looking at binary, just a bunch of zeros and ones of players just running about, just constantly shifting.
He's starting to believe. You making a Matrix reference?
The numbers, Mason.
Oh no, now you're making a Black Ops reference. I thought we were making nerd references with like the Matrix and Neo, the one. We'll figure it out. We'll get it all set up. Jaden in a very poor spot. Thankfully, Manic holding close with the Sheriff will take out Prefix. Now the run comes through for Cold. Finds the head on a Jaden, but Manic will get instantaneously get the refrag back. Now Mikey holding mid, has to watch from the garage door, and Guac has gotten the blind off twice now. Now just trying to play against it, and the rush comes through, and the Warriors' defense has started to, unfortunately for them, fall apart. Comey's in a bad spot, though. Gets cut down by Lox Jr. immediately after the TP. Both players for UHM on very low HP, but the same can be said now for Lox Jr. Trying to rotate around the back of sight. Owljohn catches their position. Could be an easy double swing. They're going to hop off this spike, though. There's really no need to play it so defensively. They know there's absolutely no time for Lox to do it.
Most definitely isn't, with that kind of bell ringing and the round going ahead and closing out as well. You sit there and see UHM with a great start. Get themselves a first round this half as well, after seeing a great response and answer for them to grab a couple in the rear view in that last half. I mean, going ahead now, continuing that momentum. You can even see it there on the scoreboard. The last 3 that last half. Now going ahead and grab the first, and what we could only sit there and, expect will be the second of this one as well. So, I mean, a really good look for them thus far. That could be 6-8, and right off the get-go, you're saying, look, it sat there, it was 4-8, now it's 6-8. We're only 2 rounds behind. That's an easy 1 round that we just win for off being better. Then that's a reset of the economy. Then we're right back to square one. We're at the 0-0 game. We're playing in nothing but, 5 at that stage. So, I mean, everything looking good thus far, making this game look a heck of a lot more enjoyable. But what could be enjoyable was if Prefix would hit some Marshall shots and really go ahead and give us a clip.
It's hard to see Prefix missing shots considering just how strong they were previously with it. Jaden gets aggressive through through mid window, and is able to take out Tessid, but Comey not only finds Jaden the refrag, but 1 more on top. So a player advantage for the side of Hawaii, now made 2 with Cold's kill with a Spectre onto Manic on that A site, in control, garnered for them. They'll plant in close corner, right beneath Heaven's side, and it looks like they'll be knocking on another round win, as looks like the Warriors are seemingly struggling to figure out what to do when it comes to the defense here in these pistol rounds. Not really having much. You're expected to see them struggle, but they need to be able to pick up a little bit more with an aggressive stance. Play through short. Guac finds the kill to Mikey. Exactly what they're looking for. Zeramar in a bad fight, but Comey playing Shiki on ramp, able to take 1 more onto the wayside, and Zeramar, last player left standing in a 1-on-3, and it looks like they'll let him live for just a bit longer and let him die to that spike.
Yeah, quite honestly, that's the move to really be making here. I mean, just with not too much of a retaliation, not too much of an answer there with the rest of your team to back you up, and you've already taken so much damage. It's just not going to be a possible venture there, Chief. I mean, we don't like to be pessimistic, but quite honestly, we do like to be realistic, and that's just, you're just not going to finesse something like that. So, I mean, as you mentioned earlier, I mean, knocking here on another round when it's going to be UHM, and in that round at least, it was the Warriors who was knocking on Heaven's door. But as everything really sits there and goes into a couple more rounds, we now see that 6-8 lineup that we were discussing earlier. And this really starts to beg the question of, like, how the rest of this is going to pan out. The Warriors have to answer in this stage. They know they have themselves the funds to really step up again. And after such a strong start on that attack, we've seen them almost kind of snuffed out here for the longest time. 6 rounds now, so we're sitting there expecting the eye of the storm to finally go and have that second reckoning to clear out the game, but instead, we're still just left waiting in suspense even longer. But if we're talking about suspense, you gotta be on the A side, suspenseful of where these players are coming from, because they are rushing up.
Man, the aggressive stance falls short, though. That's why you lose prefix coming from long, and wow, nice shots connect to Maynard's head. The stability not there. They try to swing to another one, but Guak does collect and even trade 3-on-3, and this site is the site of retakes. Seekers available. I mean, it's obvious. There's only a couple rounds in. Some people will charge it fast enough, so there's no real knowing where players will lie besides just base utility usage, and they don't really have much beyond what the Warriors are employing. They'll use the Owl Drone. Great TP, but the information's still there. But wow, cut down, no covering fire. And now Lox has to do it all alone in a 1v3. He finds 2, cannot find the third. Tested, saving the day for the Hawaii side, and what was seemingly looked like it could have gone 6-9, with the Warriors supposedly should have winning that third round, as it is usually foretold to be. Hawaii managed to maintain, holding strong, and they'll find it 7-8 the score.
In a round where you expect the answer to finally come out and things are getting really nitty-gritty, right there close and personal. I like the call there from UHM to go ahead and say, look, let's not go for C. That's pretty long there. That's a long lineup. We're not going to win. B, that could be another pretty good option, but where do we feel it more home from? Let's go ahead and hit the A site. Close quarters combat. You have so many angles to be working with. Really bind to your utilities. See what you can manage there. And if we're talking about manage, Maine can't really manage a shot there off the get-go to sit there and already make it now a 5v4. You've lost your duelist. You have no real retake. You're completely reliant on your initiators now for the rest of the game.
It's so unfortunate to see a shot miss like that with the Blade Storm, where you get a lot of damage off, but no impact beyond that going forward. And it's hard to allow that, especially considering the fact that there's a regrowth for both sides, and the res is not available, but the heal is available, and quite sustained. Looks like a C-long push. They'll get through quite safely, and they'll force the Warriors back and keep them at bay for just a momentary lapse. It seems like we're going to see the Hawaii side set up for the post plant. Cheeky position for that spike placement as well, right below plat. No actual default. No behind Radiant Great. No behind Central Stacks. The only real chance we see right now for the Warriors to defend this is with some very weak weapons, and it does not seem to work. Walk down Zeramar is the first to fall. Jane Bang and Lox Jr. are the last 2, and Prefix found 3 of those alone. 8-8 our score, and Hawaii have brought themselves back into fighting shape. That timeout they had there in round, 9? Was very important for them, as that was the ultimatum swing.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know what they did in the timeout, but I want a taste of it.
They're a whole new team, dude.
Like,
they feel alive after that.
They all got hopped on the phone and said, "Big bro, come grab this keyboard and this mouse, please." Like, because they're completely different now. I mean, quite honestly, I mean, the way you explained it was the perfect way to put it. They are a different team now. They've sat there, turned this around. They have no regards to really what's going on around them, but not in a way to where they're just kind of being ignorant. They're just knowing that they have priorities. They have a bigger goal in mind, and they are setting themselves towards that. Going ahead, isolating, playing the domino effect. We knock over this first one, use our utility, get aggressive with it, like Cole did right there. Couldn't find the shot necessarily, but still, nonetheless, you get that information, no players there, and now you say, do we move towards NIF? Do we move towards A? Or do we want to go ahead and double down on C and really overwhelm the opposition there? Well, it looks like as things are pitching so far, you're just praying that Prefix can move up, grab that shot, and you find yourself an easy flank towards B. Right there in the middle, you just watch the flanks. But instead, Mikey there on the edge, I'm going to go ahead and pick off Glock and go ahead and set a little bit of a tone towards A, but you're still not putting the pressure on for it just yet. You're just more scaring the opposition to saying, is that one more factor to think of now?
It's just adding an extra problem on the playing field, right?
Yeah.
You're essentially poking first for information, you get up the kill, you set your utility up, and now there's something more that the Warriors have to think about. Manic,
Are you asleep?
you gotta be at your keyboard. We're saying that the Hawaii side's a whole new team at the keyboard, letting their brother play is the joke you made. Definitely not what we're saying. The Warriors weren't at their keyboard, apparently, and that's creating a major problem. Jaden Bang will be the next to fall. Comey finds the kill. Lox Jr., the only player to get a frag in this round, and it's on to Tessid, who already had their ult, so not a major loss for them. And the Hawaii side have 4 ultimates, and they're round up after a hefty climb. That is 8 rounds back-to-back. And it is the Warriors struggling another round come where they do not have enough to full buy.
Yeah, and even, I mean, looking at the stance so far, you even mentioned it, the 4 ultimates at their disposal. I mean, all the money in their pockets right now. Quite honestly, I mean, we sit there and see UHM with one of the kind of, I would like to say, the bow and arrow effect. You go ahead, you run to obstacles in life, but that's all the tension building up on you. Once you finally let go and sit there and let all that stress and sit there and let it fling you forward, you go 10 times further. I mean, you are the arrow. I mean, you want to go forward. And quite honestly, that's what UHM has managed right here. Outstanding shot. You see him having the weapons, and I mean, the Warriors are trying to finesse something with these weapons in hand, but you finally managed one with the Stinger. You can pick up a Phantom now, but everybody's already taken the seaside. At what price did you really sit there and make that exchange?
Hard place to go with. You swung with 3 and lost 2 is just not usually the trade you want. Nice shock dart tarts up, but as we've been seeing, it's Hawaii being cheeky with their actual placements. They're all over the place, Dallas. No real main-styled defaults. They're kind of refusing to stay stagnant, so to say. Comey finding the last kill to Lox Jr. And Hawaii guaranteed to win that round. You would expect it. It would be hard to take that thrifty in the Warriors' favor. And despite the fact that Hawaii have been winning these rounds in a dominant fashion, it feels like a mixed bag of Hawaii looks like a new team refreshed after that timeout. They just figured out what was going to work and have adjusted accordingly. And the Warriors have just kind of slept. It feels like they have taken back and are kind of still in shell shock moment about how did we go up so heavily and how have we gone down this bad. It does look like they're shell shocked and stunned about how to recover.
Yeah, and I mean, when it comes around to Alexa Haven, with how narrow these halls are, how narrow the game is, you have to fight for picks like that. You have to get aggressive on the deep. You have to find that initial control. You push into spawn off that and you come up from behind him because, I mean, look at the map. It's literally you are being strangled from the outside inwards when it comes around to playing on Haven. And you have to find that control because there's no connection besides right there on the defensive side. That's too much of an action that you have to take to really get yourself onto a site when you could get a flank, you could get some other kind of play to really twist things up. So if you don't find that for that control and really find an initial speck of it there off the get-go, things are going to look extremely bleak over the rest of that round specifically. So as we go ahead and see somewhat of control going towards that B site, we see the rotation over to sit there and say, all right, I got to see, there's probably an operator in that area. There's a Guac right there in A short. You take him down as a team, you move on to A site, and you're saying, all right, no matter what, we still have a 4v1 or 4v2. Let's sit there and overwhelm him. But Manic with the shot, going in and dashing out, making it scot-free as well.
You have to be the aggressor in that situation. Unfortunately, Manic not realizing when the perfect moment to take a further step back was and gets caught through the smoke. And now they're going to be forced off the actual plant. Lox Jr. doing a good job with the Hunter's Fury, hunting for the last shot and finds it. Quick flick to the left as best you can, and Comey falls. Now Cold being the player really left on site. Their cohort being on that A long, watching from the defensive, and they'll try to employ their own Hunter's Fury back through that ton side, and it's not going to work. Jaden Bang finding Cold QT, and now finding the last of Tessid. A defensive, finally, round win, stopping the somewhat horrendous spree of rounds that the Hawaii side was able to pick up for themselves and climbing back ever so close, and they'll keep the eco finally clawing it into their favor.
With 2 kills off that operator for the side of Manic there was kind of, I feel like, a big catalyst for that. Going ahead, setting up those plays, getting those 2 kills. Sure, you die eventually, but I mean, I feel like an operator is almost a necessity on some of these maps, especially when you look at the likes of Ascent. I mean, you get all that mid control. And Haven, you locked in an entire lane, one single peek, shoot, and boom, a 5v4 right off the get-go, and you're still in the comfort of your own spawn. So, I mean, everything considered, once we finally saw it brought out, we saw it being a little bit lackluster there for Manic for the longest time. I mean, him not even opting to bring it out at all, but Prefix was really prioritizing it, saying we need to throw this out. We need to do something with this. I need to buy this gun. And it's always after we see things getting so desperate that they use it as a last resort instead of saying, well, look, let's build some confidence in it.
Mikey's trying to gather intel. It's the jump peak that we I've seen so much of today alone here, Dallas, and I'm really enjoying the fact that the collegiate scene has been adapting this more and more into their strategies, but Mikey's jump peek there is only gaining enough information for the left side, where Guac may be lying if he would actually peek around that wooden crate. There is no cubby intel, and really only being pushed so that they can get down the lockdown. Now the Seekers in Guac's hands, they'll send and use to act off of it, guiding light sent as well, and now it's a job for them to force, but Mikey's a little bit quick on the draw, finds the kill instead, and can continue to hold on to that lockdown, and because they failed to actually clean it, the Warriors are now in a very bad spot with a player detained. It was 2 actually being detained in the process, and Jaden, one of those, is quickly killed off by Mikey. Shock dart sent over the top, just a strain too late. And will unfortunately not manage to find impact. Manic from up in heaven has the operator and can definitely be a thorn to be messed with. No Rosebud here, as they're in quite a large amount of danger. The recon bolt misses its intended target up on that rafter ledge up and running, and still managing to find 1, but Prefix finds 2. Quickly cutting them down as Mikey finds a third. A buddy ace between the 2 of them, and the Hawaii side clap back in emphatic fashion.
Once again, finally managing themselves onto the board, saying, look, here's what we can do. Let's go ahead and get ourselves some aggression. Once again, what did we miss in that last round? We let them go ahead and get set up. We didn't play for the right angles. We didn't play through these open areas to sit there and manage these variables to saying that the operator has to check. Let's work off that first. Find some momentum, find some initiative, and even then, if we don't feel comfortable about this B set, which I don't blame them for not doing when you have all these rifles in hand, that's when you wait for the rotation. You wait for the exchange and then say, all right, we just played them. Get bamboozled. Now we're going A. And you just do that on so many different occasions. I mean, a lot of ultimates have come out, and even then, a very good shot off Prefix to go ahead and start this one off that you say, now they have no ultimate. They have nothing to work with. And even if you hear that Bucky shot, you're saying, look, you sit there and snitch on yourself, kind of funny. So it's free seat tight take, honestly. Great exchange here from the Warriors, but even then, it's only 1 kill, and it's still 4v2.
It's such a struggled position for the Warriors to keep trying to climb right back. This looks like we'll see the Hawaii side guarantee match point here, but Zeramar's doing everything they can. They get a nice shot to Cold, but Prefix is clapping right back. Guac has collected a Vandal, though. Dropped by the side of Hawaii, and now hoping to kill them off with their own arsenal, but Prefix has the stronger arsenal. The operator still in full fighting force and will quite easily, for them once again, be the final force to face off against 12 and 19. A close map by all regards here, Dallas, but if we actually started from the beginning, you wouldn't think it would be that way.
No.
As at one point we're, 8-1? And then another point we saw an 8-round spree, and then it's so back and forth, but back and forth in a one-sided way.
Yeah, it most definitely is, and it's kind of almost like the teeter-totter in the playground, but eventually, once you get old enough, you sit there and just have all the weight put on one side, and you really can't answer anything. So, I mean, everybody's got to grow up at some point. It looks like UHM has definitely done that. They've sat there and matured over the course of this game, said, look, we can't let you bully us anymore. We have to do something, and we have to answer in a certain respect that really has a lasting impression. And got lasting impressions. Once you look at a guiding light, you're going to be blinded for a pretty long while, but the Warriors are capitalizing on it. Able to go ahead and find 2 kills here. There's Jaden Bang also to go ahead and find those 2 kills. So a great start. You sit there, you lock off UHM, you sit there and say there's no spike down. Where is it? Well, it's on site, and you eventually have to make your way here to grab it.
Komi's doing their best now, trying to play within short, but knowing that they're quite limited in terms of how they want to engage. Kind of makes the Hawaii side struggle a bit longer. Paranoia center in the corner. Block gets a nice guiding light, though, and is able to find Komi in the process. Prefix frags right back, but a 2v4 still quite dangerous. Jump peek enabled by the side of the Warriors, and it's not going to be the jump peeker that finds the kill. It'll be Manic instead. Shot darts in at the top. Tested finds the body of Jaden, but Manic finds the shot once again with the operators. It's a game of snipers, Dallas. And sniping in the way of the weapon, not sniping any other way. And we'll finally see Warriors climb again, as it's been kind of a troublesome time for them, and they're still, despite the round win, struggling on the eco a bit.
I swear I put the pistol behind your head and say it always has been. It's like,
is that a Moon reference?
Yeah, it most definitely is, because I mean, like that. I mean, that's really all it has been. When you sit there and the impact of an operator in this game, you can't sit there and sleep on it. And I can't harp too much on it to know that, like, people obviously know the impact of an op, the kind of plays it can make in a game. If a player is a good opper, it adds a lot to your team, but it's also such a huge crutch if you've never been to that stage where you can go ahead and necessitate that, get it on a repetitive occasion. I mean, you sit there and mention Wardale and op all the time, and that's because you have players who are operators. Right here. And we can now see that Prefix and Manic, they are in this own little rivalry, this own kind of complex between the two, saying, who's going to inch first? Who's going to mess up? Well, this is so late in the stage to where nobody can really afford that too much. And Manic is holding strong. The guy is literally falling asleep at his keyboard once again. You can't tell if he's not there or if he's purely just holding that angle for his life. If we're talking about holding angles for life, Lox is looking to hold it with his life, but still eventually falls as the Warriors are now in a 4v5, trying to get themselves onto a site still, and not even having an idea towards C just yet.
It's a hard place to be in, and now you're seeing the Warriors try to recover, and it's a game of patience. They're on the defense. Hawaii have at least gained that man advantage, so whatever site they go to, they'll at least have some semblance of assistance in regards to having that one up. It looks like they'll apply pressure in mid, using Mikey as that way to cut them off, and that's called map control. They're isolating, they're controlling this center section, and now they're forcing these players to be within a pincer, which is a more dominating, or more dominable position to go from. Jaden single-handedly almost makes this one still recoverable by the Warriors, but Tested and Prefix are still doing a very handy job of going for it, and look at that long con flank. It finds the last kill, and Mikey finds himself one more. 13-10 our scoreline. Dallas and the Hawaii side managed to hold on despite the 8-1 start we saw go the other way. They take it.
Yeah, they most definitely do. I mean, it's just so impressive to see a comeback like that. I mean, we didn't manage it. We didn't expect it to come around. We sat there and saw an 8-1 start. It's like, wow, okay. I sat there and knew that UH was at the top of the leaderboard, and I was like, all right, it is what it is. All right, we're going to sit there and have ourselves a quick little 2-0. Now, I'm starting to smell some blood boil. Don't ask me how I know what that smells like. I can just tell you that, I mean, if you go ahead and take a deep whiff right now, you can learn for your own respect as well. This is these kinds of games when you sit there and see an exchange like that. It doesn't only sit there and show that you've won yourself a map. That is a disrespect to the other team for all the effort they've already put in. You snuffed it out completely, turned things around, found yourself a lead, gave another taste of success and say, oh, we can maybe bring this overtime. And you'll like pull the carpet out from under them. I mean, things like that, it's just extremely hard to cover from. Quite honestly.
I think one of the big things as well, Dallas, is if that was on purpose, if losing that much in a row and then returning it back immediately was on purpose, it isn't. But if that's on purpose, that is got to be like the most positive way to chalk another team, right? Just be like, oh, you have us on the ropes, no. Uno reverse card.
We're gonna lose this.
And it's not happening. Because I know I always got chalked all the time. My mental would just maul whenever I'm like, we're winning this one, we'll run away, and then we lose. And I'm like, what happened? Like, I have no idea what just occurred. And it felt like for a very long time there, the Warriors were struggling to figure out what was happening. How did this happen? And they got caught off guard, got caught on the back foot. They're like, we're taking our 8 rounds. We're confident. And then they just dive in and throw it, essentially. But they really did manage to bring things back. It's just that tempo and that pace that was set there by Hawaii just kept them going, and they kept the ball rolling. And we'll have to see how that ball rolls after a short little break as we'll head on over to a quick 5-er, 3-er. We'll figure it out, but we'll head on over to map 2 right after. Stay tuned for more NECC.
Welcome back, everybody, to NECC here on obviously a Monday night with some Valorant action. We have ourselves the second map coming up now of the UHM versus Warriors matchup that we got going on here in the Challengers division. So top of the top, obviously, we're not dealing with any jokesters right now. I mean, you can see the riot gun buddies on everybody's guns. They're flex. They've been part of an official event. I mean, they want to sit there and let you know they're the real deal. And obviously, UHM is letting you know they're the real deal as well. After an 8-1 start in the last map when it came around to Haven, bounce back, make it 13 teams. Outstanding thus far. These two teams have a little bit of a gripe to go ahead and settle now, and we have our second map to bring it up on.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it pans out. We're heading on over to the map of Icebox. For those of you who can't necessarily remember, I know my memory is quite short-term, usually about a round, and that's all I get. I have to write things down otherwise. But we'll have to see whether or not Hawaii can finish us off in a strong 2-0 fashion, or whether or not we'll see the Warriors send us to a map 3. Just a reminder, because apparently we forgot, it's Pi Day, so make sure to go out and grab yourself some pizza or something. It might be quite late for us,
dude,
though. It's a little bit late
for us. You literally said pan over, and I'm like, pan pizza. That sounds so good, dude. You knew you were talking about
I can't
that.
eat it, dude, but I want it so bad. I want it so bad. Maybe I'll go make one upstairs. I'll go buy some pasta sauce at 1 a.m. or pizza sauce, sorry, at 1 a.m.
Like a move.
At Walmart. It may be it. That may
Honestly.
be the move. We'll have to see. Going out at 1 a.m. is no foreigner to me. I'm quite a late sleeper when it comes to that. But the Warriors, they've already locked in their agent selection. Sage, Viper, Chamber, Jet, and Sova. Nothing too strange in regards to what they're bringing to the table. For the side of Hawaii, they've locked in the Sova. Mikey has not yet dedicated themselves to one or another just yet. But we see the Viper, we see the Jet, and we see the Sage. Very standardized lineup. I think the Chamber is a solid choice for Hawaii if they choose to implement that for Mikey, but there's plenty of other options that they can choose from.
Yeah, and there definitely are. I mean, the Chamber, though, is kind of almost the default. Is it that really good backup where you can sit there and get some control over mid, get your there and watch Ava right there in the middle. But then, all right, easy snip to the other side of the map. You can back up your Viper towards that B side. I mean, there's a lot that Chamber can offer. Problem is every single Chamber plays the game differently. And even though there's one right way to play them, I'm not going to say what that is because I'm not paid to do that. But, I mean, looking at all these players, they sit there and like to play him as almost a duelist. And I understand the influence there. You're saying, I got a headhunter. I got a free piss. I got an Umpro. Let's go. I'm going to get clips on clips. I'm going to be so popular on Twitter. Chill out. Let's sit there and get a dub first. Calm down there. You need to sit there and make sure that you're playing off your squad. You're using your utility. You're setting up for these big slowing pools or these distractions that go ahead and alleviate the attention away from the bigger picture, the priority the team has set up, where you can really make that answer come out as quickly as possible with how fast and instantaneously all your utility really does come to fruition. So even then, look at the rest of the composition, nothing really too exciting that we saw. Obviously, a Viper, even though with the nerf, she's still a huge impact when it comes around to Icebox, knowing these new changes as well. And then another thing to mention also is going to be the Sova. It's always going to be a necessity. I mean, the guy is just outstanding, and I feel like he is going to be the trademark agent in Valorant probably forever.
Yeah, he just does so much. I feel like the next agent they bring to the foray needs to do essentially Sova, but not better, but maybe like the same way. We have a power creep problem in Valorant, and I don't want that to continue to be a problem, but we need somebody that can do the same things as Sova, but in a different way. We need some semblance of replacement.
What about like what Lion does for R6? If anybody moves, you give an immediate outline he's there. It's almost like an
that would be
view.
so cool. Ooh, that would actually be kind of. I mean, I don't know how that
busted.
would work.
It'd be very busted.
It would be. Yeah, it's because Lion was busted when he came out. They've nerfed him 35 times.
And they completely removed him from competitive.
For a while there, yeah, they did. It's been an interesting time for our 6 fans out there. But we had a bit of a crash there for the players. That's why we're back here to the cameras to see our pretty faces. We'll get right back over it, and we'll also have our also great observer PD pan over that B site, the new changes and adjustments that have been made, and we'll talk over that as well. I liked your talking point that you touched on Chamber, and yeah, we're not paid to coach, but we sure like to give guidance when we can. It's hard to give guidance to Chambers because if they play that way, they're only going to play that way. Chambers just that type of agent that he's built diff, and the players that play him are comfortable with one way and one way only. It's kind of like playing roamers in R6. We're going to keep talking about R6. You're either an attacking roamer or you're an information roamer. You cannot change it. It's too difficult to do. Just switch people. But agent selection back up. Hawaii have fully locked in Sova, Viper, Sage, Jet, and they will lock in Mikey on that Chamber. And then for the side of the Warriors, only Guac has not locked in, but they picked up that Viper last time. Sage, Chamber, Jet, and Sova. So a mirror composition for the two squads, and Icebox will probably be a game of back and forth, so we'll have to see how close it is in comparison to map 1 on Haven.
Well, that's exactly what we saw on Haven was, surprisingly enough, another mirror matchup. So it almost seems like these teams are kind of just super accommodated to one style of playing, and they have to adjust around what the other one is bringing to the table. And, I mean, even then, when you sit there and if you're UHM, you're sitting there saying, well, we can throw down a little bit more than the likes of all Warriors. So sit there and make that kind of comeback that we saw really come into light in that last matchup. Even after the outstanding start we saw from the Warriors having such a massive lead. So with the Icebox being a little bit different of a map, and as we can even see, being a little bit more different now compared to what it was last patch, you can see that obviously the door has become a little bit more shallow. It's right much closer to spawn, and you have yourself a nice little introduction into the massive lineup that is now B. In comparison to the old hallway that was very, very narrow, it's now wide open. You can sit there and run, everybody holding hands, creating a little wall there. But I mean, now, even then, yellow is not tilted anymore. It is completely linear with the sight. So things are looking a lot more different. Even then, B, that's a complete bunker now is what I would like to refer it to as. So some outstanding changes here done by Riot. A really good job for them to make the adjustments of the map and feel when things are feeling unfair, like a jet getting on top of a crate on Haven, excuse me. But made it with that first shot already. Able to go ahead and find that first pick. Also picking off the respective jet as well. Obviously a little bit of a diff here for the first round.
Yeah, finding the opening frag's very important, but it looks like the Hawaii side are unfazed despite that opening frag going against them. They're still trying to pursue the actual A site. Cold finds the opening kill for them. Comey finds the other one. The name sometimes gets me, but it's Comey. He'll be able to try and go up. Guac was sneaky with it. Kind of being cheeky. Unfortunately, only lives to get one kill. Mikey with the instantaneous refrag back, and it's only Zaramar left standing. A big difference between what we saw in map 1 for Zaramar and what we're seeing now in map 2 is previous playing the Omen, now playing the Sage. Total different tactician style. Gets a nice shot to Mikey into the head. 2 taps and done. Now needs to watch out from rafters. These toxic screens take about 30 HP off the top, including the armor. So stepping through those does create an easier application for the Hawaii side to go for that kill once they decide to employ that position. Zaramar with another nice shot onto Comey. Now looking to step through tube and maybe go here for the defusal. Go from beneath. We've seen this one before, and Dessid finds the kill with the Ghost right around that bend and giving themselves an easy first round win, though it started to get close towards the end.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, looking at that first pick, you sit there and lose your jet. It's one of those kind of unexpected things where you sit there and said, well, you know, what do you do now? Well, if anything, if being you're on attack, you better keep on putting your finger on that W key and follow up with the rest of your teammates. Because if you go ahead and sit there and stumble over yourself, if you sit there and hold things up, you're making your job a heck of a lot worse. I mean, honestly, you're just creating a stall for yourself. You're giving up control of the map. You know you're losing that control. And when you have to sit there and frag through another section of the map, say you go ahead, that first entry dies every single time. You never give the rest of your team an opportunity, and it's just a 1v5 on every single occasion. So now we see UHM still having themselves a weapon advantage, forcing out a little bit, and looking to hit right back towards this A side again.
Slow orb sent out, just trying to keep the Hawaii side at bay for a bit of a momentary length longer. But notice the map control still being gained towards B, towards yellow. I mean, you've got control of green. The flank, though, and this is an easy cleanup for Lox, though still trying to survive after the twist. An even trade 4-on-4, and that weapon can be picked up for Lox as well. It'll be a slow rotate back to the A site, though, where they have flank coverage to try and keep themselves alive for just a little bit longer for it. Cold finds the kill onto Guac. Comey finds the kill right back to Zaramar, who was flanking through mid, and now Lox is trying to use that weapon they've collected to work onto Comey, but nice classic shot to the head deals with him swiftly. Now only Jaden really left standing, and they're going to be jaded as they unfortunately lose their life to Cold with that Sheriff. Easy cleanup kill, 2-0 start for Hawaii, and now should be able to see the Warriors buy out and be able to frag back.
Yeah, I mean, it's a round that we expect a return to come through, or even then for a teammate to step up and say, look, this is now the round where we sit there and wipe them out. Say, who cares what you have to provide? Even then, looking at the buys from the side of UHM, it's not really exactly two, I'd say second round forces. It's more of an actual buy across the board. Mikey with the Vandal in hand, the Guardian to come out from Tested, and that's one of those weapons, the Guardian and the Bulldog, that people really sit there and have a tendency to sleep on. The Guardian has the the most accurate first shot disparity out of any other weapon in the game. Besides, obviously, your snipers that have the crosshair where you can ADS like that. But still, regardless, that accuracy alone, a single headshot donezo doesn't amount as much damage as an operator. So, I mean, it's a big problem. And, I mean, when you can utilize that, when you can find these kills, when you can go in and get those angles, as you see that little peak coming out right there, Mikey already get aggressive and find that first pick.
Take that space you've now created and act off of it. If you've able to gain some semblance of map control, it's about being precise in these movements. It's about being swift to dive onto that spacing, because if you can gain control of it, you have control over the pacing of the rest of the round, and that's what we're seeing right now as Hawaii just create a little bit of space and notice their swiftness to dive in. 3 players pushing from elbow side out into the back of sight once they get 1 kill. 1 single person falls, and Hawaii is like a literal maelstrom, a wave crashing into sight and take full control over it. Their logo's not just for looks, folks. They're up 3-0.
Yeah, a massive wave right there for them to go ahead and push themselves on the side. It looks really good overall. It's kind of almost a repeat of what we saw in that prior map. Thing is, UHM is making sure not to back down this time around. They want to make sure they had the upper hand, and quite honestly, we haven't seen a chance for them to have that upper hand for a longest time and see how they really get carried away with it. But that's something I'm looking forward to seeing. I mean, they're number 1 in their division for a reason, and this is one of the top divisions. This is one of the colors of the champions. Like, we have to sit there and see what they have to provide, and it has to be really, really influential for them to be in the stage they are. And even then, you can already see somewhat of a slow start as they're looking to get possibly that first pick with Prefix, already kind of getting a little bit antsy there, but still can't manage anything just yet. Wants to play it slow and steady, see where you can push around the map, see what kind of intel can come out, but not too much to really come into fruition when you're sitting in spot.
It's about playing slow right now for Hawaii. We've seen them sprint. Now it's about the jog. Now it's about the walk. Now it's about the, I guess, enjoyment for the scenery as they work towards green, and they're trying to gain control, and they've done just that, cutting down to 1. The judge does not find impact, and the heal will go through. Prefix working up on top of yellow, gaining control for that major sightline. A player working from top of tube, though, could be dangerous, but Prefix still with the Guardian finds Jaden from back of Snowman. Finds a second to Lux Jr. They've set themselves up nicely. They've got themselves in a 5-on-1. Only Zeramar left standing. Quick flip to Cole. Not able to find the flick to test it, though, and unfortunately falls. It's 4-0 for Hawaii as they continue the dominant streak.
And keep in mind, all of that damage done by Prefix also coming out unscathed there at the end as well. I mean, not a single tick of damage done. You know you had the backup from your teammates. You know that a lot of you still survived there towards the rear end. It all comes down to whether or not we can see the Warriors really come up with an answer. While everybody else is not really managing for too much, Manic and Jadenbang are both buying an operator. So there's a collaborative 9,400 credits spent on weapons for just 2 players alone right now. If you lose this round, honestly, you deserve to go in debt for something like this.
Yeah, it's an interesting strat. We'll have to see how it pans out for them. The looks of things, they're trying to play from the A side, or at the very least, Manic is trying to hold on to belts, but could be dangerous still, because you can toxic screen out sight lines. You can work on the attack to use some toxic clouds. There's lineups for these positions, but talk about a lineup. Guac says hello, much like you said, and Mikey falls. Garage control lost for Hawaii, and they're now a player down. So now it's a game of recovery for them. Where do they go from here? And it looks like they'll still decide to go into the A site. Now they're taken down. Zeramar finds not just 1, not just 2, but 3 off the clock in Hawaii, hemorrhaging away the weapons, and they'll lose none for the Warriors. Both operators still in hand, and they did not pay the price we thought they would.
Yeah, I'm honestly a little bit disappointed about that, because I mean, you never want to see teams run double op. It's kind of like, what are you doing kind of moment, but still, I mean, even then, if you're not having too much an influence in the fight and you don't have to really break out that operator, it's not too big of a problem. Thing is, as the course of this game goes on, you now have the armor, you have the backup, everybody has themselves a weapon because of the way the rounds have panned out. UHM still have plenty at their disposal, though. Look at the way they have themselves set up. They have another safety net behind them, even if they do end up losing this round. But if they win it, they get the econs. They keep some of their weapons. I mean, it's not a big issue to them. Thing is, they got to sit there and make the reads. If they're going to push for B every single time, they're probably going to run into 1 or 2 players, and it's going to be guaranteed. So I'm kind of confused on why a lot of teams don't just rush B, because I get it, you're scared of Viper, but still, think about it. It's only 1 chick, and you sit there and get an exchange like that. If you overwhelm with 5 people, you get yourself a free plant. But even then, with no real exchange out just yet, and Compy trying to push to the middle of the map as Quag and him barely pass by each other and can't see him, Jaden does manage that first blood.
It's important too. Now can transition over to watch from yellow. Tries to go for the shot, misses, and the resurrection will try to bring them back into the foray. But at the same exact time, Hawaii lose their Viper, and they kind of be in a position where they don't have the Viper's Pit. They are lacking a major piece of utility, and that's one of the more important pieces of utility on this map. Jaden's still working close. Yellow finds the body of Prefix. Looks like Mikey has some great coverage to maybe swing around towards Jaden, but It's not able to do it just yet. Has to move back around it and gets the kill with a double swing. Cold finds the player of Guak, and what started to be a major contender for Warriors has now dropped back down to a 3-on-3. Rotation has to be swift, and the Warriors are still leaving their jet over on the A site. Slow transition, but it's because they have the Hunter's Fury to go with. You'll see one popped both directions as Tested will also utilize their ults. 20 seconds on the clock. You're losing the safe space. Cold actually go for this spike plant, and you're losing the man count as well. Locks on a Tested. Mikey with a refrag back 2-on-2. Zaramar finds the head of Mikey, and now NECC can work with the operator, denying the rotation by Cold, and it's even cut down further as Zaramar finds the last frag and sends the Warriors to another round win.
And even exchange a lot of players to die for that round alone, but you still come out with it on top. So I'm pretty sure the Warriors are totally okay with that kind of exchange. You still have a player to go ahead and pick up that other operator as well, so you're not paying that price too much. But still, regardless of that, now sitting at 2-4, I mean, we've sat there and seen the bite back. The UHM, they've sat there and got themselves 4 up, but is this going to be a repeat of history, just a little bit quicker to come to the chase? And honestly, I don't think it will be. I mean, we're obviously going to have that side switch. We're going to have everybody going to different respective areas of the map, but even then, I think UHM should be making these adjustments here soon to realize exactly what the Warriors are trying to get onto. This double operator is going to be pretty stale. You're going to set up in a stationary spot. You're going to hold an angle, but so long as you have yourself the smokes, you use that Viper in the attack formation to really sit there and blindside your opponent, it shouldn't be too big of a problem.
I think blindside is a great way to phrase that one, especially considering just how off guard Hawaii have been looking in the last few rounds. They've been struggling to kind of clap back in a decisive manner, finally getting the opening pick, but there is a resurrection on the board. However, it does not seem to be their Sage rotating over to the A site. They think it's an A push because of that opening kill, and it's created space for Hawaii to jump onto the B site, but they haven't done it quick enough, and Guak and Zaramar each find one. Slow orb sit. Zaramar trying to keep Mikey at bay, does just that and even finds the kill, collecting another head to their repertoire, and it's now a 2-on-4. Zaramar taking a step back, trying to use the ice wall to their advantage, and it looks like the pretty swift push that Hawaii were attempting to implement has been, unfortunately for them, cut short and failed emphatically.
Yeah, I mean, just to set up thus far, looking at the way these players are really just going about it, I mean, the UHM almost kind of funneling themselves, restraining the amount of space given to them, saying, look, there's two options here. We go towards the outside where there's a Sage orb, or we go right there to the wall where we're just going to be completely blocked off from doing anything. Well, let's make it a 50-50, and the people who are going into a wall, why? I mean, you just don't have too much to really do there. Now in a 2v4 scenario still, as Zaramar is able to go ahead and finesse another kill onto the board and get another 4K here. An outstanding round for Warriors to say, look, this is one more now on the board. As we sit there and look to carry away a little bit more so, get this game back to a tie, we're still seeing UHM be a little bit too slow to the cut to really manage what's going on and find a way to work around it.
Yeah, talking about getting the opening pick, but I get it. B was a hard area to push initially for the attackers, opening and widening that space up, and also turning and I guess, afflicting that yellow crate, I think is what we call it.
Yeah.
The yellow shipping crates, vertical to the site, like you mentioned earlier, to the objective. Those are changes that help you on the attack, and yet I'm seeing attacking teams fail to utilize it correctly, and they're struggling even more than they did previously. It feels like a misguided approach in a lot of ways, and despite having a chance there, they're peeking up belt again, and Warriors have been holding on to these operators and not struggling to use them, and they'll even find 2 kills off of it as NECC finds themselves a good option. One more to the name. Only Tested able to get a refrag back, but it's still a 3-on-4 advantage handily for the Warriors.
Yeah, pretty good exchanges here, pretty good trade-offs, at least for both sides, but even better for the side of the Warriors, so they go ahead and make themselves a 3K for the side of NECC, going ahead and being on the verge of what could possibly be an ace if he just keeps on doing what he's doing. But with an operator in hand, getting close quarters, looking to go ahead and find a pick towards kitchen, where the last 2 players are really trying to push their influence towards, things are getting a heck of a lot more sketchy, a lot more scrappy here for UHM as they sit there and looking for control on the map, but especially when you have less players to do it, you have less space to be working with. As Guak is already pushing around towards that A side. Out advantage 1, and Uppy goes ahead and finds a trade there, but still, it's not enough. With 3 players still alive, they're eventually going to surround you like sharks in HEF.
Well, that's actually impressive for Guak to pre-fire that position. Great control over the map. They're utilizing the space they're given to quite a hefty amount of success. This is normal. Oh, no, this is not the point. This is bad. UAHM has set a precedent with these timeouts. Use it or lose it, I guess, is the phrase we usually say, but we saw what happened last time around. Maybe it'll happen again. Maybe it'll occur. Who knows? 3 ultimates, though, for the Warriors. Gives them lots of space with the resurrection as well. I think Hawaii may be close. I may be incorrect about that. I'm not sure how close their Sage is, especially with the last 4 rounds being pretty rough for them, all things considered. And yeah, they're fairly close. 2 pips away. Collect the ult orb on that green section. Get really close. Pick up 1 kill in the round. Either way you want to do it, and you'll have it pretty swiftly available to you. But Hawaii just haven't had anything available to them recently, and we're seeing that.
Yeah, and one thing I don't know how I'm feeling about is the very one-dimensional approach onto a site. I mean, we haven't seen very much control towards mid, any players really trying to fight for that area of the map. And obviously, you know that trademarks being placed about there in kitchen and right there under 2 maybe, or kind of somewhere that's going to go ahead and give a tell that you're pushing that area of the map. Well, in that case, go ahead and push B main. Then go ahead and push towards the middle. They're eventually going to figure out what side you're pushing anyways, and there has to be a stage in the map, or at least in the round, where you say, forget it. I don't care what they think. We have to sit there. We have our objective. They know you're going to come one way or the other. And, I mean, when teams just play hesitant, when they play slow to the side, you're sitting there making their job easier, saying they're eventually going to come, and they just keep on waiting and waiting and waiting. And next thing you know, you're pushing with 5 seconds on the clock. You can't even get the spike down. So, as it looks right now, I don't think UHM have a problem with getting the spike down. It all comes down to whether they can get to the spike side. As that's been their biggest holdback here for these past 2.
The operator shot missing by Manic. Not something you see every day, and they'll send the snake bite out as well. Tested finally gets a refrag back. Manic will not survive, and that's the operator dropped down. It's a little bit in the open, still recoverable. Plenty on the side of the Warriors, and they'll even use that toxic screen to probably take that space, and that's exactly what we're saying. They'll even go for the resurrection. I don't think that's a poor decision whatsoever. Drop the toxic screen, and you'd have a better shot to go for it, but you can also just try to pursue that aggressively to I guess utilize the space that's given. Blade Storm available for the UHM side. They're not utilizing it though. No ultimates having been expended. They've lost their Sage, so the talking point previously about the resurrection will not go through. And look at the wait game, the patience employed by UHM as they have now baited 1, even 2 players as another one's rotated back through kitchen to head over towards A to step off the B site. And it's just a game of fighting for your life by creating and utilizing the space given.
Here.
I mean, they go slowly and steadily onto the site, coming to deliver the control as things as narrow as it may be, but you got to make an impact. You got to sit there and frag out. You have to sit there and even the odds for your favor. And quite honestly, when you see another pick come down, you've got 12 seconds left on the clock. You've given the likes of the Warriors so much time to figure something out. But when Mikey already grabbing a 2K there and Tessa getting picked off as well, now a 2v3, now making it a 2v2. If Mikey can keep on playing the game like that on a 4K, this man's looking for the ace and an easy round to step up with his team.
This is a very important one as well. Tour de Force is available for the Warriors, but I'm not sure they'll look to go for it. Ace in gained as Mikey finds the 5th on a Jaden Bang. The chamber on chamber favors the Hawaii side, and the timeout once again drops to having Hawaii find success again. The question, is this a repeat of Haven where they find 8 in a row, a flurry, a spree, a major secession, or are we seeing just a glimpse of what could be as the eco still handily in favor for the Warriors? Notice 2 operators once again, even though Jaden Bang has the tour de force. Why? I don't get it. I don't. I'm actually a little aggravated with it, but they can play it the way they want to. There's only a few more rounds left in this half. Just doesn't make sense to shamble your eco this early.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you there, but even then, it was almost a repeat of history right there. I sat there and expected it. I was like, okay, well, the timeout comes out, and it looks like they're about to lose this round if it works. Nope. Once again, Mikey's big brother is just built different, honestly. But, I mean, what really comes out right now is the exchange is right there on the A side. And exchange of sites now, instead of hitting B for the last couple 5 rounds, I would say, you finally go ahead and switch things up. Prefix get aggressive on the site, finds that kill to back up with the rest of his team, and now the 4v3, as this is a really good angle for these 2 operator players. When you sit there and say, look, they have to push up, they have to make a move, and I mean, these operator players play so far back that this is not the safe they want.
Just don't give any sightlines. That's what this game comes down to now, because Manic will punish you when you do, and Tomei gives away the sightline of a lifetime, just the barrel, and can be pushed off of quite afterwards. The recon bolt finds Manic, and Prefix will jump off of it after that. Lox Jr. takes out Cole. 1 single refrag in a game of plenty. Tested finds their 3rd of the round, and Lox Jr. will have to, unfortunately, be locked out of playing this round any further. 6-4 our score. Hawaii have managed to, despite us going at a point in time 4-4, climb back the next 2. And, yeah, the eco for the side of the Warriors is looking pretty dry, with 2 players not even able to buy basically any weapon. Lox hasn't even managed to pick up armor just yet. They're really trying to decide and think about what they need to do. Looks like they'll still force, despite this precarious position they lie within. And if they lose this one, Dallas, yeah, I don't think they're picking up that last one either, as the eco is going to be even worse into the dirt.
Yeah, all this comes down to, at least in this entire half, I mean, even then, right there, a bad pick from Manic. Not able to go ahead and get the speed down to say, make it across that rope there in a timely manner before that recon dart picks him off. But, I mean, it all comes down for both sides. How easy can we make this next half? They know they're not winning off this half alone. Nobody's setting the tone enough to really give themselves that massive of a lead, but it comes down to how many rounds can we get, how easy can we make this next half, and it looks like UHM can make it a little bit easier if they grab that 7th.
Spike planted.
5-on-3. The Warriors have the tour de force popped, and, I mean, if you have an operator, use it. I mean, to its full effect, but they're struggling for it. Marshall shot rings out, does not ring true. Jaden looking for the long shot from Belts, but Prefix has been holding that for about 5 hours at this point, and will cut him down quickly. Mikey finds Guac, and Lux Jr. falls to cold. Another round win for the Hawaii side, and they have 5 ultimates now to use here in this last round of the halftime switch. Only one, the Blade Storm, available for the Warriors, and because they lost that round, take a look at that eco. They'll be able to buy armor, but really and truly, how many can buy that full rifle and their utility after the fact? It feels like they've bled too much money. They're now trying to adjust afterward.
Yeah, and I mean, it seems definitely manageable what they got out thus far. I mean, you still have yourself some Phantoms, some Guardians, some Vandals. I mean, you still have the entire palette laid out for you. And that Jet, you're just completely relying on that Blade Storm. You had to find that kill. It is an all or nothing approach, and it's extremely risky, a very gambler's kind of bet or deal to be sitting into. And you know now that with the operators, not an option anymore. Warriors are going to be playing these close quarters. They're going to have the Blade Storm. They're going to have these Phantoms and such. Thing is, I mean, looking at the way UHM played it, they're just so much more cautious about these angles and going ahead and picking them, getting the plays, except if you're prefix, you just aim a little bit too high, but it's not that big a deal. Nobody's lost their life just yet. Still 5v5 as we sit there and look at UHM pushing onto the A side.
Maniac's holding above. Why is the Owl Drone let all the way across the side? It's a question that still has not been answered. Hunter's Fury employed by Tessid. It finds impact to 1. The Blade Storm's already gone to another, and looks like the ultimates are just starting to slowly but surely be utilized by the side of UHM. Comey finds one more. This is with the rifle. Mikey does the same thing, but Cold loses their life to Lock with the Guardian. And now it's only one player left standing, and Guac is kind of left wondering where to go from here, and from the looks of things, it's to try and step out from Kitchen, but Tessid holding that quite quickly with the Phantom, and cuts them down as quick as they were. 8-4 will be our halftime score, with UHM climbing ahead, much like we saw the side of the Warriors trying to do at the end of that first half of Map 1. There is definitely the chance this turns back around for them. There is still a possibility for Map 3.
Is this scripted?
I don't think so. Let me check the script real fast and see if it says we should say it is or not. It says don't even mention the script.
Oh well, I'm getting fired. You know, we'll make a fun time on my last cast here. But I mean, all things considered, though, sitting at 8-4, I mean, obviously we sat there and talked about the impact of that. It's not really that big a deal if you manage these first 2 rounds. It all comes down to those first 2 rounds. Do you find yourself a bigger differential and go ahead and let UHM close out that gap and say, we are now at the 10-round mark. We are now in the countdown. We're at the double digits. We have that 3-2-1 countdown to go ahead and close out this entire series. Or for the Warriors, I mean, you win those 2, you sit there and stand up. Now it's only a 2-round differential, and for UHM, it was an easy comeback. But, I mean, it all comes down to this 1 round right here. How can you utilize what you sit there and been given? Will you have enough money for the next? And will you win it out to where you can guarantee that money for next? It's Mikey already trying to guarantee a kill there, but can't exactly do it with all the shots going off and missing. But there it is. Manic going ahead trading out now, being the last Jet standing, until Cold says he's now the last Sage to be standing.
3-on-3, though. I mean, a really good job here by the Warriors to keep themselves consistent. Great flank through mid as well. The control by Guac was just paramount to them finding that easy frag on the step away. Colt's trying to utilize ropes to pick up something else, but it looks like the rotation towards the B site will go through. 2-on-3, and UHM are on the back burner. They're in a poor spot. They also have a player that's quite low, but it looks like the drop will come through. He's going to play through green. Wow, Comey finds the kill on a Guac. A headshot, pristine, misses the recon bolt, and their position will be given away. Needs to go for the spike planter, but Manic has coverage, and now it's only Cold left standing with 35 HP, and Manic has been popping off, might I add, in this round with that Sheriff. Manic steps up when needed, and that's definitely been the case here so far. And it looks like for the side of the Warriors, they'll retreat back over towards green. Only one player holding yellow. That's NECC with that Sheriff, and they've got a sight line here. They'll swing around the corner. Cold gets a little bit of attack damage off. Both shoulders spotted. Tries to play this one slow, but NECC is not to be trifled with. Finding 4 in the round, finishing us off, and Warriors will take that first round, and more than likely, like we've mentioned a billion times before, the second after.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the way we saw the Warriors play that out, you can't really give too much credit besides the likes of NECC, who just absolutely went off there. I mean, I feel like that's all it comes down to. 4 kills in that round alone, saying, look, we need this, so I will make sure to find it as much as I can. But the exchange to come out, you sit there and you question, you're saying, all right, well, it's a round 2 now. Who's going to be buying armor? Who's going to really, how can I warrant East decision? Well, Prefix somehow finding enough reasons in his own brain to say, a Marshall's a really good idea right here. Let's see what I can get right there. And honestly, NECC with all those kills, managing enough money to get a Vandal and some armor to back it up as well. So this is going to be massive if he can find that pick and say, look, your gun is no more for us.
Ooh, Rope's play employed, and the Warriors have actually gained control quite handily of that side. But wow, Tested finding the head of NECC. That's going to put a huge damper on their rush. Uh-oh, bad spot for Mikey, but he actually manages to break the ice wall ever so slightly. Still a favorite advantage for the Warriors, and a hard time to climb back, and it doesn't look like they will. Hawaii lose Prefix and Comey quite quickly afterwards. Cold on the flank, has the Sheriff, tries to play from the player on ropes, and it's just not connecting with those shots that were a necessity in the moment. Guac finds the kill instead, and that's why you force a rifle in round 2 sometimes. If you're able to stay alive, whether you're able to get those kills, then you can set yourself up quite nicely.
Or get killed by a classic and your entire team dogs you for it because it's just way too funny not to ignore. But, you know, it is what it is. Everybody else got to pick it up, and you sit there and now see the exchange having to be forced out now by the side of UHM. This is a round where they get themselves a buy. I mean, not an entire buy as it looks thus far, because Cold's still not really opting to buy anything just yet. Still kind of making up that decision. And Prefix not really having the money to opt for that heavy armor there. So a lot of factors here that are kind of making a differential not to be expected, but still, what you're looking to expect is at least a side that we're going to see Warriors pushing. They have the bomb towards B, they have presence towards A, but they have a kill right there in the middle, and a first death as well, as we see Mikey grabbing that second. So a massive lead already of 5v3 as we sit there and see the Warriors still struggling to get onto his side.
Prefix is in a good spot playing screens, has not rotated away. A smart decision because the Warriors have been playing that 2-2 strat. They did leave 1 in mid to linger, but they lost their life on the transition, so not too much to be said about that. Comey finds a nice shot to Lox Jr. NECC falls to Prefix. The Jet on Jet favoring the side of UHM. And Zeramo is the last player left standing, and Mikey handles it quickly and swiftly. A flawless round to get their 9th, and it looks like UHM are back into the stride of things, but that was a guaranteed round for them when you're talking about getting the rifles versus that cheap SMG force of the Warriors.
Yeah, and that's sometimes why I've seen a lot of teams making these adjustments here recently, saying we spent a lot of money on those Spectres. That's a $1,600 gun, and we sit there and only use it for 1 round and get a possible bonus out of it. Meanwhile, a Marshall, you still have the 1-shot potential. It's only $950, and we don't spend nearly as much to where we could force if need be if we really win out that round. I mean, I've liked the way the meta's shifting, at least in that respect, but still, I mean, the Spectre's still looking pretty darn solid if you find yourself in the right pair of shoes. But what's the right pair of shoes right now is going to be the likes of UHM. Already having themselves at 9th round, a flawless one at that in the last, to have everybody still sitting with their guns. You don't invest a single dollar in this round unless it's just for armor. So, I mean, that is a really good look for them, especially knowing that they're trying to capitalize on what's been given to them. None of those first 2 rounds didn't go to their favor.
I think one of the big things we can talk about, capitalize and capitalism, so to say, when it comes to the eco, right? If you're buying things all the time, then the wallet doesn't feel so good, right? So flawless rounds are a good indicator that your eco is going to be solid, but when you don't even take damage or barely even need to buy armor and don't need to adjust whatsoever, it's even better, and that's what we saw there for UHM. But take note here for the ult economy. Warriors have an ult. The Blade Storm is up, and that is a major contender if they have the space to use it, because talk about the player who has it. NECC has been a menace to the Hawaii side this entire game, and have been just paramount to their success here on map 2 of Icebox, keeping this one close whatsoever. And we'll have to see if that's able to continue the pace. Gets sent forward. A recon bolt into the back of sight. Comey pays the price. Now Prefix is trying to adjust afterwards. The ice wall will give safety for the plant. A player inside tube will make it even easier for them. Jaden Bang watching from the rear with an operator. Finds a nice shot. Shock dart as well, managing to find one. And yeah, you hear it ring out. Why are you re-peeking that one? And Tested punishes Lox. We're getting a bit too greedy. They'll find Cold as well. NECC swings from elbow, finds their second. That cannot be allowed if you're Hawaii. And now this round has bled to a point of danger, as you have to swing Jaden with the operator down low. You missed the shot of a lifetime, and now you're in a poor spot. Even Spraying knows that this is not it. Managing to get a quick sling to NECC. Now just needs to find that board. 4K, but is there time? I think there is.
There most definitely is.
Talk about a recovery. UHM get their tap.
That wasn't a reaction spray there from that. I mean, that was more of a call. That was Tested saying, here's the face that you're about to make when you see me clutch this up. Because that was crazy. That was amazing. Honestly, Tested, props to you.
Penguin Pog, Penguin Pog.
That was it. That's good. Props, brother. That was
Put it in the reel. Put it in the reel, dude.
I mean, already, yeah, go ahead, put it on Twitter. Casters give credit to Tested. Yeah, I'm cracked, dude. But all things considered, though, now looking at the scoreboard again and looking at UHM in a round like that, turning it around on its head, I mean, for every single second given, you know that now that sitting that double-digit checkpoint, I say this is almost when you sit there and see the finish line. It's almost like crossing over that last hill, you're on the home stretch and you can see the end. It just comes down to whether you can put the stats in to get there. Well, it's only 3 rounds, and Cold can't really get there having a Vandal in hand, losing to a Ghost at a Guac. That's not the best foot to be starting on when you're moving on that downhill shift.
This is trying to gather intel through mid using the owl drone, and look, this is the thing in R6 where you send a drone out and you have a player following it. That's the combo, and we're seeing that now in Valorant, brought over using the owl drone as that forward drone. Such success. Prefix now gets their third. Nasty shots, looking for the fourth. Barely misses, just grazing the shoulder over the top of the chamber. And Jaden's still holding that angle. They don't really have anything to work with. And UHM don't want to bleed any more weapons. They'll play this one safe and close to the chest. Do not blame them whatsoever for this. Deep sight, back of sight of attacker spawn. Prefix is still holding the angle, knowing that there's 2 players down to that position. A player coming through green now. It's their Jet. NECC has the Blade Storm popped. I don't know why you necessarily would feel it a necessity. Okay, Mike, were you cleaning your nails? Were you cutting them or something at that point? A quicker reaction would have been nice, but still finding the kill on Prefix with a 4K. Talk about a round for UHM to go ahead, and they did it quite well.
Yeah, I mean, right there, did Prefix. We didn't get too much of a spotlight on him there, but even then, regardless, you can sit there and see that 4K was enough to really go ahead and give so much momentum in that round alone. So many players still surviving. You have the setup. I mean, Prefix literally just told Tested there, said, look, we're the 2 top frags of the team. You want to have yourself a little bit of a spotlight round here? Hold my juice box. Because, I mean, everything going so far, it's like everybody needs to have their turn. Everybody's gassing each other up. They're saying this is the final stretch. We can close tonight right here, right now, boys. We all want dinner, so let's go home and let's get it. But let's eat up right now so we sit there and have enough room for dessert. I mean, the way they are playing the game thus far is looking almost completely reminiscent of that comeback we sat there and saw in Haven. They're stepping things up. They're looking like they have a lot more confidence with them as a unit. You can even see that the aggression, once again, out of Prefix, just pushing up mid, getting on tube, saying, you know what? This is now my spawn. We're sharing this.
Oh, speak of it, as a caster and the curse comes through, Prefix dead. The Tour de Force. Actually, no, it's just a plain operator by the Warriors to find it. Interesting. Why you would buy an operator when you have the Tour de Force ready. I've called that out about 5 to 10 times now already, it feels like, for the Warriors alone, but, you know, it is what it is. They'll adjust themselves eventually at some point. Lox will send the Drone onto site, and that's why I think that Sova is so paramount to success here for any team. It's just droning is just too strong of a piece of utility to ignore. Comey finds a kill into Zeramar, at least trying to even up the odds. UHM are still a player down, but have at least positioned themselves in a way to counteract it. Shock Dart sent over the top. This one's trying to get a little bit of tag damage off. Attacks 1, but can't finish the job. Instead, Drone goes over, but Mikey finds Lox Jr. Now it's just up to the Cold on the Raptor side. Finds a nice shot to Jaden. That may open this one up. Second on the NECC. And now a 2v1 made 1v0. And Tested finds the kill to Guac as Cold will finish off this defuse. And already has their ult. They don't got to worry about it. Give it to Tested. He's already used it in that round. Start to farm it a bit more. It is 12 rounds to the name of UHM and the Warriors. They are going to have a lot to answer for here in match point, series point.
Oh, they got a long journey now ahead of them. We sat there and saw a great set of rounds strung together right there in the first section of the first map, but things have kind of changed up since then. You didn't find yourself a map win. You didn't find yourself too many rounds. Sure, you've got there and kind of had the back and forth there that first half, but I mean, since then, UHM said, give us some weapons on defense, and it comes around the icebox, and sure, we'll get some
This is
rounds that
gonna
aren't
be
looking
fun.
too good, but that's fine. Once things get rough, we go ahead and we get our players.
Let's play.
And they have definitely shown that they are capable of doing that. I mean, it is extremely impressive. Prefix already sitting there saying, you know what, we're just throwing it at the point. Let me push up right to their spawn, right in front of their face. Tested finds the first respective frag. Swampy has the Viper's pit in hand and completely restrains off that A site while still getting the kill on the Manic as well. You're sitting there just going ahead. The time is ticking away, and you are seeing your teammates fall.
Talk about Comey working together in tandem with Prefix. Prefix goes up onto forward peak of belt and can't fight the recon bolt. Has an operator in hand. What are you to do? Let Comey shoot it out. They do. It doesn't even get a single bolt off to be able to recon at all. A waste of utility besides the fact he gets shot, and Prefix is set up to go for operator shots that ring true. Unfortunately, no one really giving him the space, but he gets away with his life, and Comey can cap off after that. It was perfect coordination. And that's something that you need to see. Now the funnel has been created in mid because they know Spike is down in that direction. Zermar will also go for the resurrection to bring them close. Tessa gets a nice shot over towards Guac, but Jaden has finally utilized the tour de force in a much needed round to take out Cold. And Tessa can work from bottom of mid to try to play on an even footing, so to say, against the attacker spawn players now working their way through this middle stage. Zermar will be the person to peek. Unfortunately, a shot opportunity missed, and Prefix will miss their second one as well. 18 seconds on the board. Time is running out. And the tour de force needs to find impact, but it's failing to do so. Mikey's does instead, and Tessid finds their third of the round. A 1-on-4. Locks Jr. able to cut down one. There is no time to get this one going. He has to stick this plant, and there's a shock dart being sent their way. Tessid with the 4K, and UHM find their way in. An easy 2-0-4, then 13-6 on map 2.
Well, UHM obviously being number one in their division for a reason. I think we got a pretty good indicator of why here tonight. An outstanding look on all fronts from them. We see them not only just stand out on top and run away with that, but also come back from a deficit and show the kind of resilience of that team, showing how strong they are and how they're able to just bounce back from the worst. The scenarios they put themselves into, they just fight for relevance when they need it. They never sit there and say, oh my God, the game's over, or oh my God, we have to bounce back. They say, is this doable? That's all it comes down to. They say, can we set up for things and make them doable? We don't have to set up for a 5v1 every single round. We don't just make sure if everybody dies, get an even exchange, I plead of you, and at least find some damage to where one player can kill 3. One player could kill even maybe 4. It doesn't matter what's going on right now, though, if we don't sit there and set up for that. If we don't sit there and look at the bigger picture, look at the scoreboard above our heads and say, let's just find ourselves a round count that seems relatively easy, especially considering halftime's coming up. Every single thing they played out was almost like it was just hand-picked. It was just outstanding and right there for them.
Yeah, I think the Hawaii side just outplayed once they started to collect themselves. They would start to go, okay, we got 4. Well, we just lost 4 with literally none of those rounds close. We got, quite frankly, smacked around.
Yeah.
And how do we adjust to that? Timeout, look at it, and come back with absolute ferocity. And that's what Hawaii's specialty was. We saw it on Haven. We saw it on Icebox. We attribute it to saying they got their little brother, their big brother on to play COD with him. You know, like, these guys trash talked me, step in, take over for me. They looked like that because they looked like a new team off of that refresher for the timeout. And that's how important timeouts can be. Some teams utilize timeouts that way, like Hawaii. Some teams utilize timeouts only as a way to kind of get this breather section of 60 seconds. And some just don't utilize it at all because they don't find it necessary, except for to maybe start a swing and just kind of keep the pacing of the opposing team at bay. But man, I've never seen a team utilize timeouts so effectively like Hawaii did to turn things around in their favor. But ultimately, they are crowned the victor here. Their only loss, if I remember correctly, was against the Sac State squad. You can correct me if I'm wrong, and we're pretty sure that was a forfeit, as the scoreline states it as 13-0, 13-0.
That's not right.
Yeah, Hawaii would not let that happen. I can't imagine it to be so at the very least. It definitely could be, but I can't see it happening. So make sure to stay tuned. Keep up with Hawaii. I'm sure all the Hawaii fans will when you guys are playing so well. Make sure to stay tuned for more NECC. That's it for us tonight. There'll be more action tomorrow with some Rocket League, and on Wednesday, R6, Thursdays, Overwatch, and Fridays for some League of Legends. My name's Ephanosis, joined here by Mick, joined in the booth as well. We've got Bryce at production, and we've got PD doing the observing. Stay tuned for more NECC. See you guys later.